Peace, peace, peace. Peace and paradise to all American Aborigines. Supreme Chief Holidays in the building. The truth is here. The truth is here. The truth is in the building. Shout out to the good people over at 2 a.m. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. It's time. It's 2 a.m., y'all. We are 2am.com. Peace to the good people over there at 2 a.m. That's we are 2am.com, man. Check out 2am.com, man. Hey, hey man, peace to all the great ones tuned in, man. We got the first Indian in the building. Peace of the God, nonetheless. It's in the building. He said it's not a theory at 2 a.m. That's right, man. Shout out to nonetheless, man. Always supportive, man. First Aborigine to support. We are 2am.com. So shout out to nonetheless. And all the brothers, man. Shout out to Lil Yos. Shout out to Libra Son. Shout out to everybody, man, that held us down, man, on the launch of we are 2am.com, man. We definitely appreciate y'all, man. Like I said, send pics, what I'm saying, things like that. We're going to definitely post these things. So let people know, that you guys received your packages, what I'm saying, and gifts and things of that nature, man. We definitely appreciate it, y'all. And it's all a part of, what we were talking about, man. Just if people want to see change, you got to be a part of the change that you want to see. You know what I mean? And, from small things can turn into things larger. And we've seen this from the NFL starting out small, where these teams started out at around $400 a team and now they're billions of dollars, worth billions of dollars, and bringing in billions of dollars worth of revenue. So we've seen burger shacks turn into international change. You know what I'm saying? So, we just got to support each other, man, and take cues from other communities that have came to our land. You know what I'm saying? That's America. We are the first Americans, aka Aborigines, to this land, right? So, we know that people come to this country and have became prosperous, and we see communities, what I'm saying, from the European communities to the Arab and Asian communities, what I'm saying, the people that came in the last 30, 40 years and thriving, what I'm saying, by sticking together collectively, group economics, collective bargaining, working with one another, what I'm saying, and trusting one another. So that's what it's about, man. Shout out to nonetheless, man. We got Indigenous 56 Ace in the building. Lou Era Grassroots, Mr. Aboriginal Smith, Tonus Bay, Chad Cha Boy, Michelle Norton, Joseph Johnson, Takeoff Tyson, Rod D, Sabalis McDaniel. Peace to the guys, man. We definitely appreciate all the great ones tuned in, man. You tuned into the greatest of all time. Supreme Chief Holiday, man. You already know what it is, man. We got a great show today, man. This show's been done like 4-5 days ago. Supposed to did this, man. So this show A1 gonna be sliding through a little later, man. AP, usual suspects. Yeah, man. Shout out to Jag. Peace to the guys, man. Yeah, man. We're doing the thing, man. I just wanted, like, when I was, when I came up with the title for this, right? I was thinking, okay, I wanted to, kind of, we're talking black, and obviously I'll see it in quotations or whatever. Obviously, we talk about these words, what I'm saying, and how they don't give us power and things of that nature. So it was done on purpose, what I'm saying. And so don't get hung up on black towns and these things or whatever. However, some of the things that we're going to be reading, we're going to have to decipher these things. You know what I'm saying? We got to work through them, because you got to understand the minds that are writing or giving us, dictating to us, have agendas, have they mindset. They have how they see things, right? You know what I'm saying? It's like, if I go to a place, what I'm saying, for the first time, and it's a bunch of us there, right? I'm gonna have a script like, man, there's a bunch of niggas there, you know what I'm saying? And that will be my conversation, like, you know what I'm saying? So if you heard niggas from me, then you'll be like, oh, okay. all right, you know, with the descriptive term, especially if you understand what it's talking about. But if somebody else, they might have another descriptive term. They can say, well, this is a bunch of goddamn slaves there, a bunch of monkeys there, whatever the case may be. You understand their perspective. Hold on a second, y'all. Get it? Yeah, so when you're reading something, right, you're gonna be reading something from the perspective, the mindset, the of that author, right? And a lot of times you're reading from a person who's giving you their interpretation of history, right? And we know that these people have always put their agenda throughout history, or whatever. Hold on a second. Yeah. So it's important for us to always know, you know what I'm saying, and learn how to decipher through a lot of the stuff that we read. And they say, oh yeah, you know, they hide stuff from people and people you need to read and things of that nature, whatever. But guess what? The people that are creating these books have an agenda, then had an agenda, whatever, that socially, politically, economically puts them in power. So you're psychologically in a disadvantage because we talk about kindergarten where they started, you know, gardening your mind and planting the seeds and processing or whatever. So when we ask the questions, you know, well, why hasn't this, or why isn't it working for our community? Why all this education? We're the most educated people ever, right? I get it. And what's so crazy to me is that we've done more, less educated. I'm saying it again. We've done more as a people, less educated. And that means that we were less indoctrinated, right? So we got to go back to that. We have to go back to not only um, teaching our own children, teaching ourselves, you know, but giving our story, giving our rendition. You know what I'm saying? Like, and these names and different things that we call ourselves and or allow people to call us. You know what I'm saying? These things are relevant. They're definitely relevant to what we're trying to do. So yeah, before we get into this thing, man, I want to go run this. Let's go to American Aboriginal Shoes.com, man. Shout out to Leave a Son to God. Man, go check out American Aboriginal Shoes.com, y'all. You already know, man. Um, like I said, man, we definitely appreciate everybody, man, that that's rocking out with us, man, and supporting the real, man. That's all we can say, man. And you know, like I said, man, just keep supporting the real, man. We're gonna keep showing, improving. That's all we can say, man. We're gonna just keep showing, improving, y'all. Peace to the gods. Peace to all the great ones out there, man, working, man, making history, man. Y'all are definitely gonna be remembered in history. You know what I'm saying? The ancestors will definitely look favorably upon you. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to everybody, man. Let's check this commercial out. AmericanAboriginalShoes.com, man. Check out those Supreme Chiefs. Yeah, man. AmericanAboriginalShoes.com, man. Check it out, man. Tell me Sci Hop sent you. Might get your tribal discount, man. Holla at your boy, man. Now you want to get those Supreme Chief ones, man. Yeah, I'm gonna have to I wanted to do a comparison, right, of versus the Jordan ones, right? So it's pretty interesting, y'all. I have to definitely film that, show y'all the comparisons with that. But I wouldn't want to do it to be biased, so we definitely have to get a real sneakerhead to come in here and whatever and see if we can get that done, y'all. But um, yeah, man, handcrafted, man, made in Italy. Um, but it's a mind of an Aborigine, y'all. So like I said, shout out to Libason. High quality leather stitching and everything, man. So definitely, man, it's a great product, y'all. Like I said, thanks for the support in advance. It's American Aboriginal Shoes. I'm Yesiah Supreme Chief Holiday. Holla at your boy, man. So hey, so check it out, right? A lot of times, man, like I said, a lot of the conversation and things that we're taught are so damn dumb, right? Like it's right, and they don't have anything to back it up. I mean, literally nothing. They don't have anything to back it up, but just the stories that they tell, right? That are passed down to us, generationally. You know what I'm saying? And for me, right, I I just like okay, we have to be real about this sometimes, right? You know what I'm saying? We gotta say, okay, look, what are we gonna do here? Are we gonna continue to keep pushing these stories, pushing them, right, at the detriment of the future, right? Because these stories are psychologically pushing our people down. You know what I'm saying? And we can't never see ourselves as being great. You know what I'm saying? We can't never see ourselves as doing anything. We don't pass any of these stories down. And then if we get to a certain point where we don't even try to be great, try to conquer, try to doing these things or whatever, because we've been beat down psychologically so much. And then when one of us do something, it's like, oh, it's so great. There's a slave can pull himself up, right? You know what I'm saying? And like I said, it's definitely, even in that in context, it's still putting you down as an inferior person, right? And so they pushed the inferior, that we were inferior, right? That the Aborigines and indigenous people all over the world were inferior to them. And they pushed this through Darwinism, social Darwinism. It's called eugenics. We all understand these things, right? So these same people who push social Darwinism, okay, we went over this a billion times. We talk about eugenics, but it's not talked about enough. Caste system is not talked about enough. It's not talked about enough. This should be talked about every goddamn day. If this is the problem, here's the problem right here, right? Motherfuckers say, oh, here's the problem, right? Here's the goddamn problem, and motherfuckers just walk around this fucking problem. I'm like, yo, this is the fucking problem. This caste system, the social Darwinism that's taught through school, through sports, through entertainment, every fucking social. Look, that's what Professor Neely Fuller Jr. and rest in paradise, Dr. Francis Cress Welsing was talking about, what they called it, racism, white degeneracy. I call it degeneracy, y'all. I don't call it none of that shit. What they were talking about was this caste system. That's what they're talking about. This system is placed in every aspect of life, every institution that was created or was tried to create it, or whatever. Even if you do it on your own, because you are a product of their system, their Darwin system. Okay, if you're a product of that system, your mind has been shaped. It has no matter you're on automatic pilot. You're doing the work for Darwin. And the reason why I'm having this conversation, because when we get to reading this shit, when they telling the truth, they lying. And I'm gonna break the shit down, and we're gonna break it all down, and whatever, we're gonna keep going and keep going and keep going. Because he's like, yo, wasn't no fucking black, wasn't called black towns, wasn't called African Americans. We know these terms did not fucking exist. Okay, now when I was talking about the time period, I said pre-Civil War, right? Okay, well that's 1860s, whatever, right? So anything prior to 1860, right? So let's be 14, 11, 13, 11, anything, right? So we can go back and we see ancient cities with ancient black people on the fucking walls. Okay? We dig these fucking cities up all across America, from north to south, all over America. So it's dumb, and dumber to have this conversation. It pisses me off every time somebody every time y'all say something, bro. Like, I just think it's dumb. And then, like, hey man, shout out to MBK, and man, shout out to Rob Bourne, True Story, and man, shout out to y'all, man. You know, I look, man, I see the work y'all do, bro. And y'all already know we go back and forth. But once again, when you guys, it's your interpretation. How the fuck do you have the same fucking interpretation of the people that you say that you're against? You had the same terminology for your people when they wasn't called Africans in this time period to be called African American. The shit is embarrassing, y'all. Like, for people to continue to keep saying the shit. And then they throw little shit in like African descent, and then niggas are getting weird about that. They don't know what the fuck African descent is. I think it's weird. Wouldn't every human being in this social Darwin or eugenic racial classifications be African fucking descent, nigga? Like, this shit is just dumb to me. When I hear y'all talk, I'm like, it's just dumb. It's the dumbest shit ever. Seriously. Like, at this point right now, I'm like, yo, for real. Like, as a people, we got to get it together, goddammit. Like, we sit back and continue to allow there's a lot of this shit to happen to our babies, a lot of shit to happen to our people, and then we keep pushing it down. And we act like we're going to get a different result. That's insanity. We keep going to these schools, going to this system, going back to the system, right? Which is dumb as hell. Look, how about this right here? I got a partner, right? Mama, teacher. He's a teacher. He's like, man, you don't want to go back to the school to risk your life or whatever like that. His mama went back to work, to school. Her, some students, some other people get COVID. She goes home and give it to the husband. They in the hospital. He can't see his mama, dad, nothing. Why is it so fucking important for you motherfuckers, right, to indoctrinate these children? Why is that so important? To risk their fucking lives. Across America, you're going to risk these babies' lives for what? Risk teachers' lives, risk their families' lives for what? For real, I didn't really know this. What's the play? What's the problem? Why would you risk your children? Why would anybody allow these people, right, with their smart ass brains, right, to why would you risk your children based off of something that these dumb motherfuckers doing or saying? Why would you do that? Why would you plunge a needle in your child's veins based off of something these dumb motherfuckers talking about? Really? Then you got the nerve to pull out books and honor books that these motherfuckers write, articles that these motherfuckers writing for our people. And that's what we're talking about, bro. So listen, these motherfuckers are documenting, they have documented it, write books about our people and accomplishments and things that we built that made it attractive for them to come over here from Poland, from Germany, from Austria, right? Shout out to Europe. But this is America, Jack. This is America. And we are Americans. Okay? Don't never let no motherfucker tell you nothing else, man. Like, where it comes from there, they brought America here. Nothing, they ain't bring shit here. Nothing. It was already, we were already here. These cities were already here. The counties, the states, the municipalities, everything was already here. Now, with all that being said, now think about this. This shit is crazy because they're teaching us in a position that every time that you see one of us doing great things, you know what I'm saying? I'll give you revolutionary time, right? Revolutionary time, 1700s or whatever, right? They always categorize us as a former slave or possibly a slave. I love them to say they possibly slave, but the problem with this is that slavery wasn't, in that terminology, well, you know, how they would say slavery would be conducted, right? It wasn't conducted like that. You see what I'm saying? But they could magically put slavery on motherfuckers back in time because it's a terminology, right? I ask the question all the time about Jeffrey, right? Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Was he a slave? I have to ask that question. Was he a slave? See what I'm saying? So he called people masters. He called them master, Master Will, Master Carlton, whatever, right? So he called them master. So yeah, I don't know, y'all. Like we got to get this shit together. Like I said, man, shout out to American Aboriginal Shoes, man. Walk like a god, walk like a goddess, y'all. Get y'all some shoes. Walk like a god, man. We definitely appreciate y'all. I want to put up the list before we get into this article I just found, right? I'm gonna put up the list of these towns in America, according to them, pre-Civil War. And the reason why it's important, right? Because like I said, yeah, Wikipedia, we talk about certain things or whatever, but it's important for us to learn decipherment, right? Learn, to take what is given and make it work for you. Okay? And we're gonna break it down. We're gonna show you. We're gonna show you in real time. Right? Because I think it's weird how we continue to keep allowing people to tell our story. And even with the 1619 project, right? Once again, they're trying to tell our story. And once again, I'm going to prove once again that the 1619 project's bullshit, that we allow Silversteins and all the other signs and whoever to tell our story. That's not right and exact. Okay? That's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with some real tomfoolery, and we're gonna fuck this shit up, man. We're gonna fuck this shit over, man. That's just what it is, y'all. As y'all see, this is from Wikipedia. Once again, Wikipedia ain't shit, but we're gonna get into that too, right? You have to know what's going on, right? So whenever you see freed, right? Freed, somebody's freed means, right, that once they was not free. Okay? So they use freed and free interchangeably. So just understand that. A freed man, right, are interchangeable with these people. And also, color is always incorporated with freedom or non-freedom, right? But once again, remember, the people who are writing this have a vested interest in you only being a slave throughout history, okay? That you're the only motherfucker slave, that you were the descendant of slaves, okay? It's like the ADOS and they talk about, oh yeah, everybody's descendant of slaves, but then we ask them and say, okay, so Yvette, Tone, the people that you lay down with, are they descendants of slaves too? Because they people came over in motherfucking chains too. Do they get reparations in y'all book? Fuck. Slavery has nothing to do with color. Slavery has everything to do with employment, opportunity, power, oppression, taxation, regulation. If a motherfucker is taxing you and regulating you, they are enslaving you. This is not rocket science, y'all. We got to stop fucking around. Like, this is what this is. Like, we got to stop acting like, that when somebody is subjugating you or whatever and making you pay taxes, they're enslaving you, right? Because guess what? If you stop paying taxes, they're going to lock you the fuck up and put you in physical fucking bondage. Really? All right, so check this out, right? A historically African American municipality. Stop right there. See, automatically, they already making, the title, the first, historically African American municipality. Right? So there's no African American. So let's just take the African off. So a historically American municipality. Okay, we're Americans. We're the first Americans. Okay, that means that our municipalities were here before they were thinking about a municipality. You understand what I'm saying? Oh, by the way, they didn't even have municipalities in Europe before we had municipalities. But we'll get back to that. Right? Okay. Known in various areas as, right, freedmen's town, right? Now these are quotes. These are their quotes, freedmen towns or whatever. That's how they. This is once again their rendition, right? Their rendition. This is their rendition. Okay, Freedom Town or Freedom or look, check this out. You got Freedmen's Town, right? See, freedmen, freed, like you wasn't free before. Now you're Freedmen's Town or Freedom Towns or all black towns or municipalities which were established by or for a predominantly American populace. Not a European populace, not a German populace, not a Polish, not a Hungarian, Irish, American, okay? It says American. They're trying to put the African in there to throw you off to Africa somewhere like you're a fucking immigrant. There's no such thing as African American during this time period, okay? So American, okay? Stop letting them fuck you over. Many of these municipalities were established or populated by, look, check this out, freed slaves. See, huh? Freed slaves, either during or after the period of legal slavery in the United States in the 19th century. Whoa. Check that out. See the double talk right here? Check this out, man. Many of these municipalities were established or populated by freed slaves. Hijack. Either, check this out, right? Can't make this up. Either during or after the period of legal slavery in the United States in the 19th century. Now, here's the thing about this thing called legal slavery. They still haven't, please, y'all, can y'all please email me this legal slavery? Can I please see this legal document of how you make everybody a slave? How does this work? Please send us that document, please. Sir, ma'am, anybody, can I please get this document? Email me at chiefholiday@gmail.com, please. Can y'all? I've been asking y'all to email me slavery for about 5 years now. Can y'all please email us some slavery, please? Please. Shit. I mean, yo, I just can't. Yo, it's just said either during or after the period of legal slavery. I don't understand this. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What's going on? They're talking about the United States in the 19th century. That's the 1800s. So when was the period of legal slavery in the United States? Do they ever say that? Because according to them, it's 1619. According to them, that the legal slavery was 1619. Remember, y'all celebrated 400-year anniversary last year. Remember? Oh. So if legal, yo, can I please get slavery? Can somebody please get? All right, we're gonna find. Well, maybe we're gonna keep going. Let's keep scrolling. Maybe we can find this legal slavery that we're looking for. Maybe they'll figure this out. Because instead of them trying to do all this other dumb shit, maybe they could have made somewhere where we could have clicked on it and found legal slavery. See how that works? Found some documents that make everybody legally slaves. See how this works? Okay. In Oklahoma, shout out to Oklahoma. Before the end of segregation, they established dozens of these communities as many American migrants, and y'all see African American there, but I'm saying American, right? Aboriginal American migrants from the Southeast found a space whereby they could establish municipalities on their own terms. Chief among them was Edward P. McCabe, who envisioned so large a number of Aboriginal Americans settling in the territory that would become a Aboriginal governed state. Now, the reason why I didn't say black governed state, because if you have a black governed state, you have a white governed state. Because remember, that's a part of the Darwin eugenic slave code. Okay? Remember I said slave codes. Okay, it's gonna come back. Trust me, it's gonna come back in this right here. It's about to come back. Slave codes. Okay? Remember the slave code. This is a part of the slave code. So by calling yourself black, you are participating in the slave codes. Okay? It's just encoded in you. In Texas, 357 such, right here, see they interchange them, freedom colonies have been located and verified. Okay, so they just say right there in Texas, 357 such freedom colonies have been located and verified. Okay. Let's click Edward real fast. Let's see what Edward talking about. They highlighted this brother real fast. So let's go ahead and click Edward real fast before we go any little further right here. Let's see what Edward talking about. Edward P. McCabe. Shout out to the ancestor Edward P. McCabe. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, so this fool, my bad. It was born October 10th, 1850, right? And he died March 12th, 1920. See, think about it. 1850 to 1920. So what was going on in 1850 when this nigga was born, right? The Trail of Tears had happened. They hadn't established at this time the Indian Bureau or any Dawes rolls or anything like that by 1850, right? So by 1920, right, classifications had this guy right here, classifications had changed from 1850 to 1920. Okay? From 1850 to 1920. Now what's interesting, even in 1920, we still own a good portion, not only land here in America, but industries here in America by 1920. It's interesting that we're talking about this man was dead in 1920 and how things started to deteriorate for us from 1920 to today. We have a 100-year anniversary from this man's death right here where we at. Just 100 years that this man right here was around 100 years ago. Okay, so keep that, put that context in your mind that what has happened to our people in 100 fucking years. Okay, 100 years, and we have allowed these people to name us African Americans. Now, Edward P. McCabe never knew anything about Africa. His people don't know anything about Africa, nothing like that. But they could call him an African American and put him in the African American category, right? Because anybody dark skinned, anybody of color is an African, right? That's what they do. But they said that Edward P. McCabe was an African American settler. He was a settler, attorney, and land agent who became one of the first African. Whoa. Well, okay, so look, remember the people that wrote this right here, writing this, have an agenda to put this man as being African. Now, what is crazy too, that this picture might not even be him either, but that's another story too, y'all. Everything is up for debate. But it's interesting that this dude right here was an attorney and a land agent. A land agent for who? For who? Who's the land agent for? So I think that's interesting, yo. They said he became one of the first African Americans to hold a major political office in the American Old West, is what they said. I was about to say. Okay. Let's talk about that. All right. So he was the first African American, right? All right, but can I ask y'all a question? Was there somebody before him? I'm just saying, if we rebuilt, well, We was building them. Well, we're gonna get into that. We were building America prior to you. America was built before the Europeans came here. Okay, before 1492, America was built. 1500s, 1600s, 1700s, we were here building. Right, we've been building. So according to them, this guy is the first African American to do it. Right, but remember, wasn't no such thing as African. So he would be the first American to hold office. But what they try to do is they try to make us feel like, oh, remember, he's a slave. Remember? But you know, they never called him a slave right here. He was an attorney and land agent and settler. Y'all follow me where I'm going with this? So he wasn't that, but because you call him an African American, it's a part of the slave narrative, the slave code. You understand what? Like, damn it, man, these fuckers are good. I gotta say, pretty good. They've been doing this shit a long time, y'all, but the gig is definitely up, man. This shit is crazy. But it said that this nigga was the first to hold a major political office in American Old West. A Republican, I'm gonna say this again, a Republican office holder in Kansas. McKay became a leading figure in an effort to stimulate a black migration into what was then the territory of Oklahoma. So it's always interesting, right? That how we hate the Republican Party so much now, you know what I'm saying? But we definitely founded these parties. Now, whatever happened, however we allowed these people to come in and take over these parties or whatever, I already know what I'm saying. Shout out to Ice Cube too, man. We're about to get into the contract to do tonight, y'all. But the contract for First Americans, Cube, we're going to change the First Americans, Cube. Instead of Black America, contract with Black America, we're going to have a contract with the First Americans. Okay, Cube? But get back to this right here, right? So this guy was a Republican office holder in Kansas. He said that he wanted to stimulate black migration into what was then the territory of Oklahoma, with the hopes of creating a majority black state that would be free of the white domination that was prevalent throughout the southern United States. See, once again, we know that white is a status, right? And y'all got to keep that in the back of your mind. A lot of times we believe because somebody had a status of white or that was documented, right? Like Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris is documented as being white too, okay? But y'all passing her off as black. So it's not black, white, like they're calling it. This is a social political thing, okay? So when we're talking about this black, white shit or whatever right here, once again, the author of this article right here has a vested interest in pushing his people to be socially dominant over you. Right now, yesterday, and tomorrow. Okay? This is what it is, man. So you gotta resist, you gotta dodge the hijack. This is some bullshit right here across the board. They wanted to move over here because the white domination, it was prevalent and blah. Bullshit. Okay? Alright. In pursuit of this goal, McKay founded the city of Langston, Oklahoma. Shout out to Langston, Oklahoma. We got to go through there, y'all. McKay was born in Troy, New York, on October 10th, 1850. As a child, he moved from Troy to Fall River, Massachusetts, Newport, Rhode Island, and Bangor, Maine. When his father died, he left school and began to work. Eventually, that means he became a slave because he went to work. Okay, that's just how that is, man. Y'all can kiss my ass. Okay. Eventually, he moved to New York City, where he worked on Wall Street. Wait a minute, huh? He working on Wall Street in the 1800s, early 1800s, or late 1800s, going to 1900s. This guy's working on Wall Street, huh? Finding no avenues for promotion beyond clerk and porter in New York, he then moved to Chicago in 1872, where he worked as a clerk for Potter Palmer. He was then appointed clerk in the Cook County, Illinois office of the U.S. Treasury Department. Taylor McCabe then traveled to Nicodemus, Kansas in 1878. So, all right, so this guy right here, to me, obviously comes from a affluent family, you know what I'm saying? East Coast, you understand, whatever. So, but yeah, you got to understand, right? When we're talking about, in order for him to, like, he had to have some type of education. See what I'm saying? And once again, if you're being put through Indian school, you're being educated by these people, you're gonna have their mindset. You're gonna do their bidding. You're gonna do their work. Okay. So a lot of times, right? What I'm finding, right, is I'm finding that it was brown faces that were doing a lot of these things, but they still had a European mindset. Right? Y'all got to follow me on this now. They call these people loyalists. Okay, right? Now, a lot of times when we're having these conversations about Europeans, right, you're not having a conversation about pale and brown or dark and light. You're not having that conversation because a lot of times, right, once we're going to get into this tonight, that when they're talking about a time period in different Europeans, you would be talking about Moors, dark Saracens, dark-skinned people who would have been coming from Spain, who have been coming from France, who have been coming from Germany, who have been coming from Belgium, Russia. These people would have been, quote unquote, black. Okay? Y'all understand? Like, I'm not fucking with y'all, right? I'm telling y'all. So when they're talking about a majority black, McCabe knows that everything is majority black anyway. So once again, these people are creating an illusion to write their narrative in this time period, okay? And they stick to this eugenic, racist, Darwin thing. And so African Americans are part of the eugenic, Darwinist, out of Africa hypotheses, okay? So that's when we going and banging on the out of Africa hypotheses, and we're banging on the Darwinism and people thinking that niggas evolved from monkeys and all this dumbass shit, right? This is where it comes from, right? So when they say that you an African American, they just say that you're a monkey American, right? And you're less and you're inferior. So when I hear African American, I'm ready to fight every time. Off top, we got to start putting paperwork on y'all asses. If y'all ain't heard about the Declaration of Reclamation, please, if I put it in the chat room right now, please go get that. Please put that on their ass, man. We gotta let people know we're not here to play with you. We're not here for this. We're not here to be disrespected, and we're gonna stop y'all asses from continually putting out this bullshit in the media, calling us African Americans, calling us black, and we gotta stop allowing these people to call us black and slaves and descendants of slaves and all this weak ass shit. If you're not speaking power, you just should shut the fuck up. Don't be on TV. Don't blog. Don't tweet. Nothing. Okay? Leave that shit alone. Now, yeah, man, I got so much to talk about, y'all. So I just been chilling, looking at this dumb shit. Hey, shout out to my brother Alan Brown is in the building. Hey, man, peace to the guy. Why he a fool? Hey, nah, he good, Alan. I definitely want you brothers to come on, man. So I didn't get to check out y'all bill, but I definitely heard about it, right? So here's the thing, right? When we're talking about, we're gonna break some of this stuff down, bro. I'm just giving a premise right now, right? We had these so-called freedom towns in America, thousands of towns in America, right? And I'm gonna get into it, right? But it is a lot of times they just change municipalities. They just came and put themselves on top of our shit, bro. Like I said, we were already here, and so a lot of times when you guys are looking at the stuff, you guys are seeing it from the perspective of how they're giving it to you. You're using terminologies that weren't even used then. like African American, like black, certain things or whatever, right? Because black, once again, would have been a derogatory term, bro. So this is what we're dealing with. I see ATF in the building, and 411, Allen Apache Brown, Chief Kokomo. Let me see. Southwind, the goddess is in the building. Soar Eagle 99. Hey man, y'all gonna definitely get the opportunity to come on, man, and talk about this. Hey Chief, press the Freedman Towns button. I will. I will, bro. We're gonna get to it. We're gonna get to it, man. I see Bobby in the building. Hey man, peace to the guys, man. Raina Leona, High Vibes, Empress, Ebony Knowledge. What up, dude? What y'all doing? Derek Douglas. John Blackhawk looking at the chat room. It's a shame. I see more people on these Mestizo channel. Yeah, I don't even know anything about no Mestizo channel, bro. Mr. Dixon's in the building. Kiowa. Peace of the guys, man. Mr. L, only the wise. OCO, welcome. The gig been up, man. Yeah. Hey, man, we're going to get back to it. Marcus, OCO, Chief. Y'all see it right there. Hey, please, y'all, download, go check out this the Declaration of Reclamation of our natural rights and our identity, y'all. It's about time we know who we are. We are the first Americans, right? And a lot of times they okay. Hey, Alan, you agree that we are the first people on the planet, that we are the original man. Nobody's gonna disagree with that, right? Nobody's gonna disagree with that, right? But the problem is, like, we act like that we don't understand science, and you guys love science, but we have the science to back up that we were in Florida, we were in Maine, we were in Georgia, we were here first. We've been here, so the bones in the ground bear witness to this. The anthropology, archaeology, the geology, everything bears witness to what we're saying. So we use what's evidence. So even if you pull out any documentation or any paperwork can be doctored. Paperwork, as I show you guys, I'm going to show you right now, is subjective because the person who's writing it, the editor, the people who's editing stuff have an agenda, and 99.9% of the time, it's a Zionist agenda. I'm going to say this again. It's a Zionist eugenic agenda. Kindergarten. So if you're coming on here and you're going to use kindergarten, you're going to use their agenda, I'm going to embarrass you. I already told you, I'm not going to play with you. I'm going to embarrass you. If you come on here telling me about what you heard from Zionville, I'm going to embarrass you. So I'm already warned you. I pre-warned you. So I'm gonna lay this out so y'all don't be going back and forth. I just wanted you to know, if you come on with that bullshit, if you got a book, you ain't got no bones. You got books, I got bones. You got articles, I got pyramids. You got bullshit, we got monoliths. See how this works? You got lies, we got the truth. Okay? It's called the truth. You got to have something to back up all this bullshit. And if you keep pulling out a book or article that's written by these people, you know, you're going to get embarrassed. So I'm going to tell you, I'll keep telling y'all. Aboriginal think tank. OCO, make sure I got everybody. AK Chicago think tank. Okay. That's what's up. Yeah. So let me get back to this right here, y'all. Get back to this article real fast. I want to get out this guy. You know, let me see what else we got on him real fast. Let me go through this. At 32, McKay was elected Kansas State auditor and became highest ranking African, once again, Aboriginal American office holder outside of Reconstruction South. Now, here's the thing, right? And the reason why I said it was important, I was getting back to that. The reason why I said Allen, the reason why I said it's important because, you know, we talk about people who were loyalists, you know, so you had a lot of people on the East Coast, right, who were loyal, right? Let's say, for instance, McCabe, for instance, had people who were from Europe, okay? Right? So his bloodline, his people, whatever, would their interests would still be for Europeans' interests first, right? So I still think a lot of you niggas is loyalists. You niggas is still working for the British. You still working for Zionville. So that's what you guys do. So I'm just gonna say that or whatever. And so yeah, when I call him a fool, because he was definitely working you know, and pushing. Oh, here's it is. You know what I'm saying? Pushing their shit, pushing their stuff. And we talk about Epsilon Jones, we talk about Richard Allen, all these other agents, and you niggas be like, oh well. I said, well, would you guys join the church? Well, if you say no, then if he was pushing that agenda on our people, and we know that agenda, right, is detrimental to our people. So this guy, when I say yeah, these fools and shit like that, whatever, that's what I mean. You know what I'm saying? So shit, let's call it what it is. So yeah, man. So this nigga right here, man. Hey, can we go back to the bill? Yeah, I'm good on this guy. But we kind of understand his makeup and what he was on. You know what I'm saying? Um, so yeah, he worked for the president, Benjamin Harris, and all that, man. All that. Some appointed treasurer, handling the money. Okay, okay. So Negro found. Hold on. Go back right there. Go back a little bit. There's something right there. Hold on, y'all. It said, hold on, go back a little bit. Let me go. Okay, McCabe was also one of the three founders of Langston City by 1881. Several Negro leaders were planning for the potential resettlement of 20 or 30,000 freedmen in Oklahoma. McCabe acquired. Wait a minute. So let me ask you a question. So McCabe don't have nothing to do with being a slave, right? He comes from, up north and stuff. He don't have nothing to do with being a slave. Why? See, once again, it's always about somebody had to be freedmen when they were freedom towns, or just niggas was just doing their own thing. Like, why we gotta always be, you know what I'm saying? But these cities, Langston, is still here today. It's just 1881 when these niggas is founding these cities. I mean, come on, y'all. Like, this is real. Like, we're still having these pop. Langston is still an Aborigine city today. Like, so I don't understand. Like, what is it? What is happening? Like, seriously, like, what is happening? Why are we still having these conversations? Like, these people did all this other stuff when we could go through our history and show pre uh, um, Civil War, right? And that's why I'm sticking on Civil War, because it's 1860. So we have a kind of, we got the records, we got things we can kind of match up, right? Because a lot of times things are before that, you know, we 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 getting translations, we getting mistranslations, we getting another rendition of their story. So once again, that's what's going on. Can we go back into the Black Towns list as we went into McCabe? Okay, here we go. So yeah, we how how through our history, um, certain people have worked against our community. This is what it is. Now I want to go back to the what was just up. Okay, I'm gonna leave that on there. Let me see. Urgent cave vision so large of a number of Aboriginal Americans settling in the territory that it will become a Aboriginal governed state. In Texas, 357 such freedom colonies have been located and verified. Now it's just Texas. That's 357 just in Texas, right? You keep going. That's just Texas. Keep scrolling. Brooklyn, New Philadelphia. So check this out. Let's stop right there in New York. Scroll back down a little bit to New York. Alice, so you in New York, right? Let's scroll down right there. So we got Eastville, Sag Harbor, New York, Freetown, Sandy Ground, I seen Seneca Village, and Weeksville. Let me see. Let's try. Let's do Weeksville. Let's try Weeksville. Everybody heard of Seneca Village. By the way, it's Central Park. So in the middle of New York City, Central Park, Seneca Village is an Aborigine town. But we're gonna get into Weeksville. Hey, so Alan, so were they called African Americans or were they just Americans? So Weeksville was founded by Americans, of course, because we were already here. So why would we, come on? Weeksville was founded by Americans. So all these, so this is in New York, Brooklyn. Weeksville, Brooklyn was founded by African Americans, Aborigine Americans. Okay, go ahead. Hold on, let me take this off. Hold on, get y'all. Shout out to Willie Lilly. They gonna learn today. In what is now Brooklyn, New York, United States. All right, stop right there. So so-called African Americans, because I'm saying so-called because we know they wasn't African Americans. So the only true statement in that was Americans founded Brooklyn, right? Weeksville, which is now called Brooklyn, New York, United States. Okay, okay? So today it is part of the present-day neighborhood of Crown Heights. Now, Crown Heights, y'all. Wait, is it Crown Heights the Jewish area that be barring niggas from going in there and shit? Like, yeah, I think that's Crown Heights. I think that's Crown Heights, yeah. I think that's Crown Heights, New York. But anyway, so into the building. Peace, Empress. Kiwanis, the Origine is in the building. Peace to the guys, man. Definitely appreciate you guys. Hey, man, the troop is in the building. You tune in to the GOAT, man. You don't like it? Respect it or check it. That's all I can tell you. You know what I'm saying? Hey, High End Chief is in the building. Peace, bro. So, Weeksville was named after James Weeks, an American. I don't even know what the fuck a stevedore is, from Virginia. Can we just see what what is that? A stevedore? Can we see what that is real fast? Watch out, boy. Oh my God, this is crazy. A stevedore. What's a stevedore? Why is it important? Oh, James Weeks, though. Anybody know what a stevedore is? Let me see. Anybody got it in the chat room? Sounds Yiddish. Yeah, let's talk about the founders and the name of the churches and the founder. Alan, you still talking about the church? You go to church? Like, I'm not. Who founded Weeksville? His name right here. James Weeks, bro. We're gonna talk about him. Bro, he's not African. They say he's from Virginia. They didn't say he was from the uh uh Freetown or Ghana or anything else out there, bro. Like, what is going on? Virginia is America, bro. I'm trying to figure out what's a stevedore or whatever that is, but hey, no, sir. How's he? This is American. He wasn't called an African American then. He would have only been American from Virginia. He would have been called a Virginian, as a matter of fact. So, yeah, in 1883, 11 years after the final abolition of slavery in New York State. Really? Can I please see this slavery in New York, sir? Weeks bought a plot of land from Henry C. Thompson, a free African American, and landed. Wait the fuck? Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Henry C. Thompson, a free Aboriginal American and land investor. What? In the ninth ward of central Brooklyn, Thompson had acquired the land from Edward Copeland, a political minded European American and Brooklyn grocer, in 1835. Time out. Now, how the hell did Edward Copeland, a political minded European American, I think it's interesting that they call him European American, though, right? Right? I really do. I don't even know if Europe was called Europe that time, but fuck. Edward Copeland, a politically minded European, right? American, and a Brooklyn grocer in 1835. Now, keep in mind, I really don't give a fuck about Edward Copeland, whatever, because it's really not about him or whatever. But once again, just because he's European, don't make him pale. All right. Previously, Copeland bought the land from an heir of John Lefferts, a member of one of the most prominent and land holding, I'm sure it's going to say families in Brooklyn. There was ample oh, yeah, freedom by, oh yeah, the land opportunity, political freedom by building their own communities, right? You heard? The NYC Parks website confuses Weeks with a man of the same name who lived 1776 through 1863. Now, hold on. So, hey, so Alan, so pretty soon they could just change this and say Weeks was was a pale man. You don't even have to be. They just say, okay, we just drop off the African. That's all they had to do. Because you don't consider yourself just an American. So once again, if I was editing this, I would have edited. I'm editing it like I'm editing it right now. I'm Aboriginal American, a first Americans. People's already here. You know what I'm saying? So they confuse this nigga. Shit, crazy. I want y'all to get this today, man. Um, if you see the term African American historical documents, you know they rewrote the narrative to fit their agenda. That's an absolute fact, sis. There's no question about that. They definitely did that. You know, everything that they're writing is written in a way to empower them. Once again, white, black empowers them, right? Slave empowers them when they're the Slavic slave people, slave race, and that's just what it is, man. So when we allow this to keep going on, bro, you know, this is what it is. So let's keep going. Says the village itself was established by a group of African American land investors and political activists and covered an area in Borough's eastern Bedford Hills area bounded by present day Fulton Street, East New York Avenue, Ralph Avenue, and Troy Avenue. Okay, I guess that's the boundaries, I guess. Okay. A 1906 article in the New York Age recalling an earlier period noted that James Weeks, hope this is the right one, quote, owned a handsome dwelling at, yeah, Schenectady and Atlantic Avenues. So I guess he lived between that and Atlantic Avenues, right? By the 1850s, Weeksville had more than 500 residents from all over the East Coast, as well as two people born. Oh, hey, yo, you hear that? They said two people was born in Africa. So yo, hey, so Alan, so out of the two people, out of the 500 residents, right, two of them was born in Africa, brother. Almost 40% of the residents were Southern born. Nearly one third of the men over 21 owned land in antebellum New York. Unlike in New England, non-white men had to own real property to the value of $250 and pay taxes on it to qualify as voters. The village had its own churches, including the Bethel Tabernacle, African Methodist Episcopal Church, and the Berean Missionary Baptist Church. Now, once again, like I said, Alan, when you are giving the people indoctrination, you give it through to them through spirituality. You give it to them through school. And before they had schools in the church. So they indoctrinated us, sir, in this African tabernacle. Okay, that you don't go to today. So you can't speak up on this right here like is this right here, this is what it is. Okay, a school. This is see the Baptist church, a school. Quote, colored school number 2. I'm gonna say this again. Quote, colored school number 2. I can't make this up. Now they say it's PS 243 as cemetery and an old age home. God damn. Damn it. Weeksville had one of the first African American newspapers. Oh, God damn. The Freedmen's Torchlight. And in 1860 became the first national headquarters of the African Civilization Society. God damn, dog. Y'all already fucked up. Now, bro, I'm not about to fuck these people up even more. That African Civilization Society, I'm not about to go back and forth with y'all, right? If we click on that, it's going to tell us that it was called something else, okay? Alan knows this, but they want to play these games like everything was African this, African that. They wasn't even calling none of this shit African. It would be like the Ethiopian did it at alert. They're giving us a modern rendition of what they want to call it. Do y'all understand what they're doing right here? This is what they're doing. I do it. Alan, don't make me do this to you. Stop it, man. I can't believe y'all do this, bro. There's telling. Bro, it's telling you right here, color school number 2. Yo, this, yeah, I can't, yo. Hey, guess what, y'all? This is just Wikipedia. I ain't even pull out no books yet. I ain't even pull out no books yet. This just, bro, we only in Wikipedia. I don't even have to listen, we don't even have to get out of Wikipedia to debunk this dumb shit. This is dumb. It makes no sense. Look, check this out. Shout out to MBK and Rob Bourne and y'all, bro, because when y'all go through and y'all do stuff like show the show the census of the population in New York during this time and show that we outnumbered them, right? Because we was already here. They didn't bring more people here from Africa than there was here. That don't make sense. Oh, and by the way, just the 2 people that was born in Africa could have still been Americans. Because remember, we was going over there, setting up over there as well. And I'm still not sold that they were setting up, running away from white people. That don't make sense to me. I'm gonna run away from you, but then go over here and then name towns after you. That makes no sense to me. So I think once again we keep allowing these people to give us colored schools and give us colored fucking minds, bro. This is what it is, man. I'm not about to keep playing with y'all. So the African Civilization Society was some bullshit, and the Howard Colored Orphanage Society Asylum, right? Wait a minute. So why wasn't Howard African Orphanage Asylum, right? But see, once again, that's how they go back and forth because they could interchange in your mind African with color. Okay, this is how this works. When color comes from the copper colored people that they found when they fucking came here. I want to choke you motherfuckers, bro. Like the shit y'all niggas be saying. Are you serious? It's right, nigga. This is Wikipedia. I ain't even put out a book yet. It's right here. It's Wikipedia. Fuck. In addition, the color school was the first such school in the United States to integrate both its staff and students. Fuck, y'all. Damn it, man. Damn it. Now, check this out now. During the violent New York draft riots, now this is 1863, okay? This is 1863. Now, we're not talking about 1763, bro. We're talking about 1863 in New York. So, why you having, because you guys, the immigrants are just starting to come over in numbers through Ellis Island. Of course, here like that in 1763. Okay, in the numbers. So just 100 years before 1863, they have the numbers and how many of them came over here in chains on boats. So the shit y'all be talking about don't make any goddamn sense. Even they was clearing, like what happened to them clearing their streets and their jails and stuff like that or whatever, and people getting the option. Whatever happened to that? You think those people didn't have to become slaves and have to work the way to get to where they had to get to? Some of them people still never pass shit down to their people. Come on, y'all. This is getting crazy. So it says, all right, during the violent New York draft riots of 1863, the community served as a refuge for many African Americans who fled from Manhattan. Right? All right. After the completion of the Brooklyn Bridge, and as New York City grew and expanded, Weeksville gradually became part of Crown Heights, and memory of the village was largely forgotten. Now, see, that is what happened across America, okay? These people literally came into towns and literally sabotaged, burned down, murdered people. A lot of times when you heard about those lynchings that was happening in the late 1800s and the early 1900s were based, according to Mama Ida B. Wells, rest in paradise to her, she uncovered that they wasn't had anything to do with the rapes, that those men were being targeted, right, to get the angry crowd, right, against them. They would soup up these or say these that they assaulted a white woman or they raped this woman or this and that and the third and get everybody against them. And then when they lynch them, now you done lynched your competition. It was all business. Okay, we just lost this shit in the last 100 years. Fuck, it's right here, bro. Like I don't understand it. They just came and just, just, just incorporated, right? Got charters right on top of us. And what we did was we wanted to go eat their pies. We wanted to go deal with, you understand what I'm saying? And we created a black side or a black sector for us. Most towns across America got a black side of town. Even small little bit of town. I'll be like, where the black side of town at? Every time. And it's always oppressed. It's always underserviced. You know what I'm saying? Come on, y'all. The school's terrible. Old books, all type of shit. And we allow this shit to happen on our land, bro. Like we gotta stop this bullshit, bro. You know what I'm saying? So check it out. Let's get back to the list. Yeah, I think that was pretty interesting right there, Weeksville. Let's get back to the list and we'll see if we can see any other cities or whatever. But I definitely want to get to the email I sent you earlier, right? We'll go back to this list real fast. We'll just go down a little bit. See, it's thousands of cities. Well, they want to call them colonies and all this other shit, right? Across America. But guess what? Before any of this, we had maroon colonies. Maroon means brown. Okay? All across America. So these cities are ancient. Redbird, Lima, Langston, Summit, Taft, Tallahassee, Vernon, Greenwood. Dallas, San Antonio, Houston, Little Egypt. Let's hit that. Let's see what that's talking about. Whew, shit, y'all. Little Egypt was an African American community, right, in Texas, founded after the Civil War and continuing until the sale of the land in 1962. God damn. The neighborhood was located within Dallas city limits north of Northwest Highway. It was about 35 acres in size. The land currently has large homes and the North Lake Shopping Center. Students from Richland College have been working on a project to discover what happened to the after families after they left Little Egypt. Professors Clive Siegel and Tim Sullivan of Richland are conducting an archaeological survey of the footprints of the two of the Little Egypt houses on an empty lot in the area. Siegel has found a few artifacts on the site. Siegel would like to document oral history from those who once lived in the town. That's pretty interesting. No, seriously, it's really interesting. You know what I'm saying? Like when we talk about like they talking about footprints, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like the fact that they trying to find these people, you know what I'm saying, is pretty interesting. But I mean, damn, dog. Let's see what the history of this is. Okay. It said the land was originally given to newly freed slaves after the end of the Civil War. Jeff and Hannah Hill, the slaves receiving the land, were freed by their master in 1865. The Little Egypt Baptist Church was built in 1870. Now, why are these people calling this Little Egypt though, right? You know what I'm saying? What's going on? The name was chosen to allude to the biblical story of the exodus of Jews who were slaves from Egypt. The town only had one school for all grade levels, and that's how they did it too. Early on, people in the community farmed as sharecroppers or worked on nearby plantations. Now, we already went through this that when people sharecrop, they will classify you as a slave. If you work for anybody, even if you get paid $1 million a play, you are a slave. Okay? People own you. You have an owner. Okay? Come on, y'all. Stop. Stop playing. The McCree Cemetery served the residents of Little Egypt. Okay. So, and also we own these plantations and stuff too. Yeah. So over time, the area became surrounded by a wealthy white neighborhood. In November 1961, Little Egypt was rezoned for retail use. Now, see, once again, we talk about regulating them coming in, annexing, cities and stuff like that. This they've done this all across America. Okay, and most people thought, think it's a good thing to oh, okay, well, we're gonna be a part of that because they got better. You understand what I'm saying? And you see when this happened in 1961. So once again, the residents were were advised by trustee of the Little Egypt Baptist Church. There you go, Sarah Robinson, to sell their homes in order to get a better deal. The real estate deal took a year to finalize. Residents' homes in Little Egypt did not have water or sewer connection, and the church had no central heating or restrooms. Right? The streets were unpaved. More than 200 people moved in 1962, all in one day. Damn it. Residents, um, after either moved to the nearby Cedar Crest neighborhood in Dallas, to Oak Cliff, shout out to Oak Cliff, or into Rockwall County. Damn it, man. Many residents apparently left eagerly because they were able to purchase modern homes with the money given to them by the development group. Now, damn, that's crazy because I mean, I'm telling y'all, we could go down this list, and this story is gonna be the same story, right? And we talk about this all the time, right? We talk about fucking gatekeepers, right? Let's be clear. We talk about gatekeepers. It's always gatekeepers. I like even the guy McCabe. I would consider him to be a gatekeeper. Okay, you know what I'm saying? We go down the line and we go out through history or whatever. Shout out, rest in paradise to the immortal Steve Coakley, man. And we talk about exposing these gatekeepers and showing these boule ass niggas. And these niggas that we talking about, these newly educated ass niggas, right? Who had a lot of them had these people's bloodlines. Okay, we gotta go back to that. So they never had our people's vested interest at heart. I, when we talk about Kamala Harris, she don't have our people's vested interest at heart. I can just use her as an example. I can use Barack Obama as an example. Do y'all understand? That's a modern version of it. But these motherfuckers will have a more of a closer connection to England, to Europe, to this, to that, than 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 they would. You understand? That this all what this was about was taking our shit, displacing us by any means necessary. This is what they did. What else we got there? Shit crazy. Peace to the guys, man. Swamp Vader's in the building. T1 Productions. She put the link. And let's talk about Weeksville. All right. Ty Sam. All right. 1644. Okay. I said 1644. Landmass name Little Egypt way before the hijack. Well, I don't know. Yeah. I mean, Egypt would be just a descriptive term, though, of the people, and the land would represent the people. Autonomous Copper Main 8th Line is in the building. All right, Al, I'm going to put this link in the chat for you, brother. Let's go ahead and get this going. Yeah, man. Peace to the guys, man. Peace to everybody, man. I got more, y'all. I'm just getting started. I had to lay down the premise, man. What's going on, man? I want y'all to think, we playing around here because we're not playing. And like I said, I'm just gonna show the evidence, and let the chips fall where they play, where they may. Who found a Weeksville? We did. Yeah, man. Peace to the gods, man. Tuned in to the greatest of all time. I am Supreme Chief Holiday. Yo, Sahab. Never gonna cap. No cap. You know what I'm talking about? Never capping. It's all love. Alan, we're gonna bring you on home. Come on home, baby. Come on home, y'all. So yeah, man. Let me put the goat on. Hold on, yeah. Do some goat work. We gotta bring the goat out, yeah. Yo, so hey man, this article right here though, I'm gonna pull up though, y'all, that's just crazy. But when we talk about Virginia, um, I mean Pocahontas Island, huh? What are you talking about? Mm-hmm. Shout out to Pocahontas. She don't miss anybody. Everybody in the building. The links in the chat room, y'all. I'm just getting started, Soar Eagle. I ain't gonna lie to you, cause this shit right here so crazy, y'all. Like I just can't. I I just can't believe, the level of cognitive dissonance that our brothers and sisters have when it comes to uh, to this information through history. You know what I'm saying? Like they just want to keep taming out the same information that was given to them. Louis Gaines is in the building. Salute. Pocahontas, oldest black community in the United States. God damn. Damn it, man. Hold on, y'all. So, the links in the chat room, brother. Cause I'm still gonna, I still got a lot to go on, bro. Man, this shit's about to get ugly, bro. Seriously, it really is. I promise. This just Wikipedia. I haven't even got into no information, bro. Like the show, like literally the show is there's no, it's not even up for debate anymore, right? And how they premise everything is because we believe in the out of Africa hypotheses. We believe in the Darwin. Listen, the first question I'm gonna ask you, Alan, is what you're going to say at your mouth attached to the theory of evolution? Is it attached to the outer Africa hypothesis? That's what you're going to have to answer, bro. I don't know if you want that, fam. Like, it's just ain't going to be look. Rob Bourne is in the motherfucking nah. Oh.
Hello.
Rob Bourne. Peace to the guy, man. What's up, brother?
Peace, G. What's good with you, man? What's good with you?
Oh,
What's
good, man. Hey, man, I see
happening?
we on the same wavelength, man. I heard you guys that did a show on something like this right here. It was talking about, you guys call them Africans, you know what I'm saying, in New York and stuff like that. So I would just, you got the floor, bro. How you feeling?
Yeah, peace. Ain't nothing, man. Nah, I just, I was heard you talk about Weeksville. So I just wanted to, ask you something about Weeksville. So,
Okay, well, go ahead.
Yeah, we know that these black people, they wrote their own stuff. They wrote their own literature. They wrote their own books. And they wrote their own newspaper. So do you know about the newspaper that they wrote for themselves in Weeksville? If you don't know, it's all right. But not a pop quiz. Just a question.
No. I just wrote. I just read it.
Okay, what's the
I
name
just
of
read
the?
it.
Oh, I didn't hear it. So what's the name of the newspaper?
I was something. I forgot. I just literally just read it, my brother. Like it said, it was like the oldest newspaper, African American newspaper. Like, let me ask you a question: Was James Weeks calling himself an African American in that newspaper, brother? Did he
Yeah,
consider himself or his people?
yeah.
Huh?
Okay,
Excuse me.
so this is why we're gonna look at the newspaper. So what I'm gonna
Let's
do
go.
now is I'm gonna show you the first or one of the issues that they have. So it's called Freeman's Torchlight. That's the name of it. So hold on, give me 1 second because I gotta put this on my computer because I be on my joint a lot. Just give me 1 second. I got you. Got you. But yeah, man, how you doing though? How's everything with you with this COVID stuff, man? Hello? Am I still here? Am I still alive? Yo.
Yeah, no, you here? No,
Oh,
man. Hey, man, everything good, man. Everything
everything
good out here, man. Yeah, man. We ain't really never shut down out here. No curfews, no quarantines, none of that.
none of
So
that?
it's been kind of, huh?
Damn, you lucky, bro. Lucky you.
Yeah, man.
All right.
Our mayor think shit is fake and we should be like the placebo group. But go ahead though, brother.
So
You got the floor. Hold on. You need to share your screen.
yeah, I'm gonna show it to you real quick. And then
Okay.
give me 1 second. I'm pressing share now. Application window. What are we looking at? Edge. That's what we're looking at. Okay. I'll share my screen. Let me know if you can see it. You can see my screen? Yo. Mic check. Well, I can't hear you, bro. Let me turn on my other thing so I can. Hello. Yo. Yo. You can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, bro.
Oh,
I
okay.
think you're
Okay.
good now. It's on there. Hold on. Let me take this down off the screen. Hold on. Yeah. I got you.
It's on the screen, right? We're gonna talk about
Yes,
this.
sir. Yes, sir.
All right,
You're
so
right there. Yes, sir.
I'm gonna blow this up so that people can see it, get a good look at this. This is from the archives. This is the newspaper written by those black people that you call Aboriginals and natives. It's called the Freeman Torchlight. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go to what is this? This newspaper talks about, they teach about geography, they teach history, they teach the alphabet, they teach in mathematics. So the first newspaper written by free black people is not this. The first newspaper is what you would call the Freeman's Journal. And that came out in 1827. Why 1827? Because in New York in 1827, the people were given gradual freedom, meaning that they had to work and actually pay X amount of extra dollars in tax. So this is page 5, 1864. This is from Weeksville. This is their newspaper. Now, when we go on page 5, let me blow this up because we want everybody to see this. We don't want no mistakes here, right? We want everybody to see this real clear. This says a scene in Africa, all right? This is the black people writing. This is not the white man. This is the black people who own their own newspaper and writing in it. So here you see this white man, they capturing black people or whatever. Right here, let me blow it up again. So I want this real clear so everybody can see it. We don't want no errors here. I'm going to highlight this if I could. Nope, it won't let me highlight it. So my marker is on the second paragraph. It says a scene in Africa. This one now before you represents a scene in Africa, the country where the colored people came from. Let me read that again. This one now before you represents a scene in Africa, the country where the colored people came from. It is a beautiful land where the sun shines very brightly and many fine trees and fruits grow, which we do not have. Those tall trees on one side are palm trees, etc. Anyway, this whole thing, it says, but wicked people go there to buy the poor blacks or steal them and carry them away for slaves. Why? My question for you is, in a black newspaper that has nothing to do with the white man, they wrote it on their own, they published it on their own. Why is this Weeksville community telling the people that they Africans? They also are part of the New York African Society. They also are part of, some of them are part of the African American, or what you would say African Methodist Episcopal Church. They are part of the African Episcopal Zion Church. Why is that? Why are they not saying that?
So
and I'm gonna stop that right here.
I don't think.
No, I'm gonna stop right now.
I'm gonna answer for you.
I'm gonna stop right now. In all of their newspapers, and if I pull up the Freedom's Journal, which is the oldest black newspaper, none of them say they are no original tribe. They don't say none of that. All of them tell you that they're from Africa. And they tell you the history of the black man. When they telling you that we wasn't writing, they are telling our history. They talking about Egypt and all that in all these papers. Why are they not saying the stuff you saying in 2020?
Right. So let me ask you a question. So Egypt and North, I got you. So just bro, you wasn't paying attention too much. I asked you to if you're gonna be able to answer this question, right? What you're telling us right now, is it what you just read? Is it a part of the out of Africa hypotheses and the Darwin eugenic plan? Do you think that everything that you just wrote is a part of that? Yes or no?
Absolutely not. We talking about 1827 to 1866. What are you talking about? So what I'm saying to you, hold on. What I'm saying to you is this. What I'm saying to you is this.
But you're breaking up. You're breaking up.
Oh, you can't hear me? I'm still breaking up.
Okay.
I'm breaking up too. I'm still breaking.
No, you're good right now. No, you're good right now.
These people are writing their own history. They're telling you where they are from. Why do none of the papers of any of these black people saying things you saying in 2020? That's their words. I wait.
Brother, listen. I'm just asking a question, right? Now, you're reading us something from James Weeks. Was he a slave?
Absolutely no. He got his freedom. And once he got
whoa. So he wasn't a slave, so that means he couldn't have got freedom because he wasn't a slave.
His parents.
Right. So the people.
Oh, wait. Let's pull him up. Wait.
Well, you making up stuff now. You making stuff up now. You making stuff up now. But the people. Hold on. The people who founded this wasn't slaves. The people who founded this were educated aristocrats.
No.
You was it?
No.
Okay, so who taught them? Okay, I got your question, brother. Okay, so if Egypt didn't exist, right? The Egypt, where it's at right now, North Africa, didn't exist in 1800. So they're not talking about that Egypt, right? Are they?
No.
So Egypt would be more of another descriptive term of the people everywhere they found here in America, everywhere, right? Here's my whole point. Here's my point right here, though, right?
Hold up.
Okay, go ahead.
Man,
okay.
I want to deal with their newspaper and what they wrote.
Bro, I've already had this conversation with you, though, bro. I've already had. You didn't listen. I've already said, bro, if you have a newspaper, right, and if James Weeks was educated, right, and indoctrinated in their church system, in their school system, he's a member of the AME church. He's pushing their agenda, brother. We've already said that's why I call these niggas agents. That's why I call these niggas traitors.
So where is your?
So you know this about these guys. So I wouldn't push this on the people, brother.
All right, fine. I just want to get this straight. So you telling me in the 1800s, right, 1700s, etc. These people.
No, 1800s. It's 1800s, brother.
I know that, bro, and I'm just moving back some because the thing that they are part of, which is the New York African Society, they started in the 1700s, and they are part of that as well.
Okay, let's pull that up. Let's pull up the New York African Society and see what it was called, because it wasn't called African Society. You know that. We've been over this before, so we got to go over this again.
No, relax for 1 second. Hold on, bro.
Okay, but it wasn't called African Society, though, bro.
Yes, it was, bro, and I can show it to you now. I can show you how the name changed in 1808, bro. Because it got defunct because of funding, and then they opened it back in 1808. What are you talking about? Okay. What are you talking about? I mean, so the point of the matter is this. I'm saying this. We got people who are closer to knowing who they are. They are nobody back then in the writings of the black people. The first book that was written about black history in America is by a person named W.C. Pennington, 1841. He's writing the history of the black people. He is not talking about what you're saying. None of them say this. Why do nobody say it? And in 2020, they were so stupid that they produced doctors. They were so dumb that they made revolutions. They were so dumb that they created black communities, but they didn't know who they were and where they came from and what their people are from. That's very interesting, my brother.
Well, I'll say this, bro. Like, I once again, you're bringing up paperwork, documentation, right? That we know for a fact people have agendas with documentation, bro. So when we calling these people Africans and African Americans and stuff like that, I just read something that said that only 2 people was born in Africa in Weeksville. So they wasn't African. So let's stay there. Let's stop there. And we know that. Hold on. We know. Hold on. I got you. Hold on. I got you. You know that African American, right? Just like what you just read is a part of a eugenic, social, dominant, racial thing. My question is, how do you have the same agenda? And I know you don't have the same mindset as these people, but you do. But I'm saying though, you don't have the same intentions, but you have the same mindset because you are using their narrative. You're using their rendition of they're calling these people African Americans when they don't have nothing to do with Africa. Because it wouldn't have been called.
Let me ask you a
question.
At
the time, Africa, it would have been specific, just like now they're specific.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
When was eugenics started?
I don't know the exact date, brother.
So eugenics is started in the late 1800s. Darwin's theory comes out in the late 1800s, 1871. Why are you telling these people and you're teaching your people that this has something to do with something that wasn't even in existence in 1823 when he founded this place?
First off,
why would you do that?
First off,
why?
You're reading books, you're reading articles, you're reading things from the modern mindset. So they're writing eugenic narrative about historical. I know, but I'm saying, but they're writing about historical things that didn't happen in that way, you're calling people African Americans that wasn't Africans. We got to address that. If they're not Africans, you call them African Americans during this time period. That's part of a social engineering. So you're telling us that we should read these books and take hook, line, and sinker this Zionist Jewish information. Is that what you're saying, sir? I told you, if you come on here with this Zionist Jewish information, I'm gonna run through you.
Cool.
I told you.
Yo, bro, let's just be cool.
Okay,
bro.
I tried to warn you, though, bro.
Listen, my brother, listen. You're talking about Zionists, you're talking about eugenics, and you're talking about Darwin. Yes. These theories were not in place when these people did this. It wasn't here.
Okay, sir.
Why do you keep putting that in the same equation? You have the black people telling you in their newspaper from their words, their history, and telling you they African. Why aren't they claiming no Native American tribe? How are you special? How do you know more about your history now and they're closer to who their ancestors are than we ever would be?
So well, because of my ancestors telling me and passing out stories of who I was.
And so
that's what I got. I didn't. Okay, but they're not speaking for everybody, though, brother. That newspaper is not speaking for everybody in New York, fam. That has nothing to do with people. What they got to do with me in Mississippi, brother?
I got you, fam. But we just talking about Weeksville, bro. And this is what you brought up. I mean, and then you saying certain things, and I'm listening to you, and I'm like, yo, bro, why don't we?
But they never call him an African, though. How is he an African? How is James Week an African?
They say it in all of their newspapers. They tell you they Africans. I just read it. You want me to?
Because he went to school, and somebody taught him in Indian school that he was from Africa, brother. Just like you came back home saying you from Africa because you got an indoctrination. No, sir, you got an indoctrination. Just like I got indoctrinated because I went to college. So I came home and I tried to tell my grandmother I'm African. She was like, "What the fuck you talking about?"
So why didn't their
we know that these schools?
Why didn't their mothers tell them that? Why they're not talking what you talking, bro? Why,
bro? Epsilon Jones, Richard Allen, and this nigga right here, James Weeks, were all agents. And you know how I know that you wouldn't do anything that they do today. You wouldn't join the churches that they founded that are still there today.
Oh, yes, I would.
You wouldn't do anything that they doing. So why are you speaking up for them right now?
Oh, absolutely, I would. Because you got to look at the first.
You will go back to Africa. You've been had a plenty of chance to go back to Africa, bro.
Family, listen. The first thing that
go to Africa.
The first thing that they did, stop with the Africa talk, son. We talking about what the people did. And educate your people correctly, bro. The first thing they made was free African societies or mutual aid societies. Those societies all are developed to take care of the widows because we didn't have no one to take care of us when we were sick because we didn't have our own hospitals, was to deal with our dead and to deal with educating ourselves, not the white man. We were teaching ourselves. We were doing that. So you goddamn right. Bro, we need them.
We never taught that, bro. That's what you're saying right now. That is once again was introduced to our people by the Europeans, brother. This is a part of a eugenic narrative.
How is taking care of ourselves introduced by the Europeans and we're fighting against them? And their petition.
What nigga will put in a damn newspaper and show some niggas, caption some niggas, and say, "Well, this is what happened. This is our story." That's
the same way how the Europeans talk about how they was enslaved and put it in the book. What are you talking about? They put their history in the book,
brother. That is a Jewish creation. Okay, so let's talk about this, right? See, I see that you take every book and anything that.
I want you to be 100% correct. I never showed you no book today. You talked about a community.
Well, I mean, a newspaper clipping.
You talked about a people, a black town that said they Aboriginal Indians, but they don't never tell you they a part of no tribe and they telling you from Africa. I didn't give you a book. Family.
So what you're saying is, once again, I'm just asking the question, bro. Somebody had to educate the people. Somebody had to teach them.
Yeah, they families. Right? They families first. The mothers, the family always teaching them first. The same way how you learned out, the same way how you keep talking about your grandmother told you was an Indian. They grandmothers told niggas they was from Africa.
That's not true. Okay, that's a 100% lie. Because they grandmothers, nobody grandma would have said they from Africa because they wouldn't have talked like that because Africa wouldn't existed in that time period like that.
Okay, so
As a unified Africa.
no
So
one,
hold on, it'd have been tribe, it'd have been a little bit more specific. Somebody would have passed down some type of language. These niggas didn't have they didn't, instead of putting alphabets in the back of that motherfucker, they'd have put some African shit in the back of that motherfucker. They didn't do none of that because that is new to the people, and our people rejected it. You know this. Alan, we've been here before, brother.
I'm
about to come out the top down, brother. Are you serious right now?
I'm gonna share my screen one more time, and I gotta get out of here.
Please do. You can share whatever you want to share, brother.
See my screen,
share whatever you want to share.
About the people didn't use the word Africa. You keep doing that. I don't know why you keep doing that.
Oh my God, brother. You're showing me some modern writings, brother.
Why you not?
You're showing me some modern writings.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, your screen is up, brother.
I'm just
your
showing
screen is up, brother.
You're not arguing with me. You're arguing with the information. What does this say right here? Free African Society founded document 1787, right? What does this say here? New York African Society for Mutual Relief. Who called it that? Did the European call it? Let's see what it says. What does it say? This is a copy of the preamble and articles of Free African Society. Let's go to the original document. This is the document here. If you want the primary, it's in the goddamn Natural History Historical Society. Whereas Absalom Jones and Richard Allen, two men of the African race. This is what they tell you. Everything they tell you about where they came from, son. So you keep saying that these people were not calling themselves African.
Sir, when was this written again? Sir?
It's right on the screen. 1778.
No, I can't see it. All right, so let me explain something to you, sir. All I'm gonna explain to you is one thing, okay?
I get it.
All I'm gonna say is one thing, that this is not true, right? Okay, in 1778, in 1778, this language didn't exist, sir. Okay, let's start there. Okay. So what you're reading right now, okay, I got you. What you're reading right now is a new modern version, Free African Society. That's not what it was said. So me and you been here before. So you know I've already body bagged you about Richard Allen and motherfucker Efron Jones, bro. Like, why would you use this again?
All right, okay, bro, calm down.
Why would you do this?
I will agree with you if you show me any information to say that these people did not name these organizations on their own, and that is another name.
Brother, in 1787. Yeah, brother, in 1787, this was not called the preamble for. Okay, I got you. This was not. No. You pull this up. You have to pull up the original documents, brother. Please do that for us in 1778, sir. Please don't give us some shit that was written in 2012, bro.
I'm gonna even go back further than you now. Watch this.
No, you're gonna have to show me the original documents, sir.
I got you. I'm about to get out of here. I gotta go play the client right
now. Okay.
Watch this. You see this right here? See this right here? Hold up. Wait for this thing to hold up. I don't know why it's taking so long. The primary is on the side. This is the original document right here. Hold up. I don't know what's taking so long on my network, right? See this right here? See this right here on the side? See this? See that, right? Don't argue with me. You go and argue with these people, these sources, and tell these people they lying. But let's see what this says. In 1787, 2 decades before African colonization by American-born blacks became a national debate, Boston Black Masons put forward a plan to return themselves and their families to Africa. On March 6, 1775, Prince Hall and 14 black men were so-called initiated. They then go to say, let's see what they say. Hold on, let me open it. We, our ancestors, have been taken from our dear connections and brought from Africa and put into slavery in this continent. So in 1775, we have a primary document with people telling you they come from Africa and they telling you how they got here, son. I'm done, son. Now if you can prove that this Boston plan is bullshit, then I will agree with you. If you can't show me nothing except tell me, yo, that shit is fake because they was indoctrinated, and you can't give me no information, you can't, then you just talking to your people, man. You've been lying for too long, man. I'm coming back and get you.
First off, you might want to get some help. You might want to get some help.
I'm gonna call back.
You might want to go get Jesus or somebody to help you, because the shit you talking about, bro. Listen, first off, right? First off, I asked you to pull up a primary document. You pull up a type letter, brother.
I just did. I just showed you a primary, and everybody saw it. Now I'm about to go though. I'm gonna jump back on because I gotta travel to change somebody. I can't be on the computer, but I'm gonna jump on my phone. But keep talking because I'm gonna listen to how you beat me up, man. But listen to see if you beat me up.
Hey, shout out to Charles Clark in the building. That's not a primary though. I mean, bro, like we too smart over here for that. First off, in 1775, this language that we're speaking did not exist. Okay, so if somebody is telling you they're reading you a primary document from 1778, right, and they're speaking perfect English, no, they're reading a summary of somebody's rendition. Once again, their rendition is the out of Africa hypotheses, the theory of evolution, racist Darwin theories. Now, when you have these smart gatekeepers like Richard Allen and Weeks and all these other guys, they were gatekeepers, bro. So I want to know if you caping for gatekeepers. And I know you don't do that, fam. I know you don't cape for gatekeepers, bro. I know you don't do that. Okay. So once again, I say this all the time for y'all. Y'all always pulling out books and articles and things that were written by these people, bro, and you believe them 100%, as opposed to just saying, yo, I'm going to take a fresh look at this, as opposed to having an African mindset all the time, bro. It don't work like that. These words, these things that these people are saying, they did not say this in 1778. So the Free African Society, what is it called? African Society into 1990s. Right? Like, remember when we talked about this before, brother? I taught you guys this about the African burial mounds in New York. Oh, we're going to get to that, right? The African burial grounds in New York. It's called African burial grounds now because they changed it to African burial grounds, but it was Negro burial grounds. And it's, okay? So, Negro burial ground. Negro, Indian are interchangeable. Slash Negro, slash Negro. These Indian are the terms that were given to our people, period, that just describe our people. That's all we're talking about. So, we're no Native Americans. So, when nobody would call themselves Native American, my grandma would say, hey, we Native Americans. None of that. She would have never, you wouldn't have spoke like that. She would say specifically who our people are. We're not Indians, none of that shit. Like, no, here's our people. These are our people right here. We're the Apache. We're this. We're that. We're Sioux. We're these people. See how that works? From this band, from this, you know what I'm saying? So from this nation. And so a little bit more specific. And we are the original based off the archaeological records, off the archaeology in South Carolina, New York, Arkansas, California, Illinois, Michigan, Florida. The archaeology said that the original people of this land, the Aborigines of this land, are Black people, aka copper-colored brown people. Brown people were here first. See what I'm saying? So that's what we're dealing with, y'all. Yeah, I want to pull up that email I sent you earlier, right? Body bag, broken fellas, LOL, you still my man. Nah, bro, you literally pulled out a article, bro, like a newspaper, like an article that's written by these people, bro. Like I said, I don't have to. I've already prepared for you. I've already said what you were gonna pull up before you pulled it up. So it's not a primary. It's not an original document, because once we get to the original document, it's not gonna say any of the stuff that you're saying, bro. So, and once again, Richard Allen, Epsilon Jones, James Weeks, and all these other gatekeepers are the reason why we're in the position that we're in, bro, as a people. They telling you these people are what they were doing or whatever. Now, what's so crazy about this newspaper, the Freedman Torchlight, right? You know what I'm saying? When we talking about that, right? Freedmen, these men weren't even slaves. So, but they're pushing that concept of freedmen on. Remember the gatekeepers, the talented 10% motherfuckers. They're pushing that agenda on The rest of us, the other 85 percenters, or the 85 percenters, because they are part of the wicked 10%, bro. You know this, bro. Rob Boy, you a 5%er. Come on, bro. Like, you can't be pushing these people's agenda, fam. It's just it's weird, because I know you have the best interests of your people at heart. So when you're pushing, and like, it doesn't even make sense. Like, why would you put this in the newspaper? Because you're pushing the agenda. Remember freedmen. You're freed. You're niggas all slaves. They pushing the agenda. Not the freedom torchlight, you know what I'm saying? Free man torchlight, you know what I'm saying? It's a freed man. So they will see, once again, they pushing agendas. So the people that are pushing the agenda might as well had a Jewish hand in his back, and might have had their bloodline on God. Let's just keep that real. So when we talking about these guys or whatever, wherever we find them, they don't care. They were traitors to our people, bro. And if you're telling me you would do what Epstein Jones and Richard Allen did or whatever, then you would be doing the work of a gatekeeper, bro. So that's what we saying. So what do why do we pull up dudes that they would be like us pulling up as an example of heroes for our people? We'll pull up Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson. That's them niggas. There's nobody on the planet gonna say that they want to be Epsilon Jones, bro. Nobody gonna say they want to be Richard Allen. None of these niggas, bro. Nobody's gonna say that, fam. Nobody's gonna never want to grow up to be none of these niggas, bro. Because these niggas was traitors to our people, fam. They went to school to learn the shit from these people, and then they gave it back to our people, bro. Those are gatekeepers. Sorry. Just because of course they're not all right, because they have the agenda to start pushing the agenda away from the people here. It's called blackbirding. We're gonna tell the people in mass numbers that we brought them from Africa, and then these niggas putting it in the newspaper, bro. Come on, fam, and then kind of implying it for everybody. They can't speak for everybody. See what I'm saying? So these are the things that we talking about, y'all. Man, it's a piece of the tribe, man. But I'm gonna definitely pull up that article. Hold on, we about to pull up this email real fast, y'all. Hold on 1 second. David Taylor, what's up, brother?
What's up with you? How you feeling?
I'm great, brother. How are you?
I'm good. I got a question for you, man. Like, what do you think the disconnect is when it comes to Africa? I'm kind of noticing that. Period. You know, it's like we grew up with the theory of Africa. Our grandparents never told us that. And I know it's true, because I'm kind of getting the same vibe, you know, everywhere that I go, you know, as far as the different, you know, sources of information that I get when it comes to real time people, not necessarily documents, but real time. People kind of have this, you know, it's like my grandparents said this, but the school system says this. So what do you think the real disconnect is? Because I kind of feel as if we are, like, we drift away from topics pretty often, because, you know, the realistic source is going to be your ancestors. That's the realistic source. So, you know, if they've never said nothing about it, but the school system says something different, why is it easier for some of us to, you know, see that our ancestors never said nothing about Africa, and actually do the research and go through our genealogy and find out, and others of us, we just continue. It kind of seems like we're tired, almost like we're tired. Like, I don't want to go down this road. I've already accepted the African theory, and I just want to roll with it. What do you think the disconnect is?
Well, that's a great question, bro. Like I said, man, Rob Bourne is a very intelligent brother. Like I said, seems very sincere. You know what I mean? And feel like, you know, the only disconnect that we're having with him is words. I said, if black means so much different to me than him, right? Indigenous means something different to me than him. Because I can ask, when he come back, I'm gonna ask him, are you or your people or your ancestors indigenous to America or indigenous to Africa. That's what it boils down to, right? You see what I'm saying? Regardless of what the terminology and stuff that people are calling themselves or allow somebody to call them, because we got people arguing over this shit right now. So of course people was arguing over being black back in the days as well as being African. He knows this, and we rejected that shit when they was motherfuckers were going to Africa or Liberia, right? It was coming back. So even when they had a vote, and we talk about the vote in this free so-called African society, but it wasn't even called African society. They were calling it Ethiopian and stuff like that or whatever, because they changed stuff to African to put it over there. This is agenda that they're writing back. So Richard Allen didn't probably even have this same agenda. And then just keeping that real. But they took on the colonizers' language. They took on the colonizers' church. They took on the colonizers' mindset, and then pushed it on their people. Our people rejected it. They brought it back several times after that, and it finally took in the late 1980s, 90s, because they had more visual stuff then or whatever. You know what I'm saying? People were less connected to their people, and Roots was a hell of a movie. So this is what we're dealing with. We have a perfect storm of all the things that they have, all the years of them pushing this. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, I think the disconnect, bro, is that they're under word spells. I'm not beholden to no words, bro. We can throw all these books away. What the fuck they got to do with anything we got going on? We've been here. This is our shit. And that we've allowed these people to come here, name us, start changing shit up, displacing us, doing all these other things. We should have never stopped fighting in this bitch. You know what I'm saying? Never. Like off top. Like never. And so when we talk about power, the Aboriginal paradigm is going for power. The Pan-African paradigm been dead. It was a plan obsolete from go. It was controlled opposition from go. You never was going to get any power out of this paradigm, bro. And that's just what it is. And we talking about getting for power. That's what we're going for. That's the disconnect. So words matter. Period. Perfect example. Black lives matter, right? Oh, all lives matter. Just to say all lives fucking matter, niggas lose their jobs, all type of shit. Even though black is involved in all. Y'all understand? See how motherfuckers see the disconnect right there, bro? Just black and all. Nigga, you know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers come out and be like, I love all people. All lives matter. Because last time I checked, cops killed white motherfuckers too. So-called pale motherfuckers, right? But they say, oh, well, white lives matter. Oh, he's racist. Oh, white, rah. Because you're an asshole, because you're pushing their fucking agenda for them. From the bliggity black side. That's what you do. So now, when you're under word spell, it doesn't matter what we're saying. It doesn't matter logic, right? Logic doesn't matter. He's never going to pull out a primary document. When he does, it's not going to say African. They wasn't calling these people Africans. They don't even call themselves Africans. See what I'm saying? See, once again, they wasn't definitely calling themselves African Americans. So yeah, that's when they have several times have tried to introduce this to our people. So if you go ask anybody that's 80, 90 years old, even in the 70s and stuff like that, and say, yo, when did you first start learning when you go to school and stuff? And they'll start telling you where they went to school at, in the church. They just told you, color school number 2. Turn to the PS 243. Are y'all serious? And we're still teaching this dumbass shit to our children. Are you serious? But it gets worse though. So yeah, bro, I think that's the disconnect, right? But this article right here about to fuck everything up. Oh yeah, bro. That's why I say, man. You know, David. That would be the disconnect to me, bro. Words.
Yeah, I'm with you. I was able to read a little bit about the startup of Liberia, and one thing that I read was one thing that I read that kind of blew my mind was, just like you said, that controlled opposition. So basically, after fighting in multiple wars and being held captive, a lot of the people that were going to Liberia or being sent to Liberia were not from Liberia, number one. Number two, the majority of them died once they arrived over there in Liberia, just because of not being from over there. And then what was crazy was, like you said, the controlled opposition. The people, the Indians, once they finished, the American Indian, once he finished fighting in the wars, he's told, okay, well, it's not safe for you to go back home, so it'd be better if you go over to Africa. And this agenda has never stopped. And it's very weird. I look at
Hmm.
us today, and they're still, you know, different people that I see. They still bring up Africa when it comes to us here in America. And you know, I think it's that we're not really feeling the love. We're not feeling that love. We're not comprehending it, and it's not for us to comprehend nor indulge ourselves into another people's landmass, because that's what we're fighting here. We're you know, the American Indian is totally against it. They don't have cultural freedom. So why would you want to force yourself, you know, on, maybe in the beginning it might sound good, but as time goes, we can already look at what's going on here. And I believe the African people would get sick of that. They would not look at this as like, oh, these are my brothers. They would look at this as, this is my enemy, because we're just two different people. So again, I kind of, I'm with you on it. I just don't understand the controlled opposition. If someone's telling you to be something that you're not, and if someone's forcing this on you, why would you not, with clicks, that this is wrong, this is something that's not going to benefit you? But thanks, man. You explained it. Actually, you explained it very well.
Bro, I try to keep shit super simple, fam. I don't try to talk big words and try to confuse motherfuckers. Nah, bro. Like, I think the best thing is to keep it simple. Like, explain it to a baby can understand the shit, right? These people came here and changed shit with their own hand. Oh, this war happened. Oh, and this guy did this, and we're gonna paint him. We're gonna make him look like this, and we're gonna teach them. We're gonna put these images out there. I'm trying to figure out when they're gonna tear down Mount Rushmore. See what I'm saying? See, it ain't just enough to tear down Robert E. Lee, you know what I'm saying, and whoever, right? Nah, money grip. You know what I'm saying? It ain't just enough to talk about the Confederate flag. So by the same time y'all talking about in Mississippi or South Carolina talking about taking down the Confederate flag, you should take down the other flag too. See how this work? Same thing. So I watched seen this movie before, right? Called The Confederate States of America. Y'all ever heard of that? Anybody seen this movie? And it basically just the premise of the movie was, right, what if the South had won the Civil War, right? And you know what was crazy? That everything still turned out the way it is right now today. At the end of the movie, it was actually the Hughes brothers made the movie, right? At the end, they didn't even let it be known. It was at the end of the movie, it's a Hughes brother production, right? But it was just like basically like, and there's nothing changed. Everything was the same. Nothing changed. So it didn't matter if the North or the South won. The end result would still be the system that we helped them create after Reconstruction. And so we're talking time period. 1776, this language that we're speaking didn't exist. Okay? They created it for war, they created it for commerce, they created it for control, they created it for power, and they're still using it all around the world today. And I can write you a book, read you an article, whatever, teach you something in class, and I can just classify you as a slave. And these people, I can't wait to come back, because I'm going to ask them some real questions like, bro, do you believe that only black people are slaves? They do, because of the indoctrination process. Okay? And I can show them pale people in chains throughout history. But because we have a blockage that you know what I'm saying, that we're just supposed to be at the bottom. We're the slaves in every turn. Even though these people are right here on the chain gang, on this, doing this, whatever, or working for us. See what I'm saying? They see it. We always got to take the lesser, the lower of everything, and that's the bullshit right there, y'all.
Hey, what is this article that you have up here?
Well, kind of stumbled upon this one. Pretty good, some good stuff in here, right? Oh, this is the free people of color in Louisiana, right? But so they give you like a kind of a historical background, right? Breakdown, but there's a lot of great information in this, right? So I want to break some of this down. All right. So this is an introduction, right? It says the context is free people of color in the Americas, 1492 to 1830. Now this is pre-Civil War, right? So this still fits into the title of what we're talking about, right? So check this out. For more than 500 years, America has been a land where people have sought, if not always found, freedom. Those who were successful in their search have come to be seen as quintessential American heroes, okay? And yet, while we celebrate freedom as the founding tenet of our nation, right? The great paradox of America is that the long existence and influence of slavery. At the nexus of slavery and freedom were free people of color, right? The tens, we'll say this again, the tens of thousands of people of African descent, right? Darwinism, eugenics, right? African descent, right? In Spain is 9 miles from Africa, right? See how they do it right there? African descent, who overcame, right? See how they do? You always gonna overcome slavery and shit, incredible odds, and lived free in the most unlikely of places. The slave societies of the South, the Caribbean, and the Latin America in the 18th and early 19th centuries, many histories of America have failed to tell the story of these resilient and fascinating people, right? So if most Americans today are aware that some black men and women like Frederick Douglass and Harriet Tubman were able to escape plantations in southern plantations and live in freedom in the North, few realize that free African Americans also lived and occasionally prospered places where slavery was so deeply rooted that it took a war to abolish it. One such place was Louisiana. Now it's about to get interesting, y'all. Now that's a little introduction to this, right? Now they're talking about the free people of color in Louisiana, right? Let's go. This is about to get ugly, y'all. Hold on. They'll be back. Hey, so David, what you hearing so far?
What am I hearing so far?
Mm-hmm.
Again, man. Listen, I don't know if I'm, I don't know if I'm hearing it wrong, but I can associate people coming from Spain as Africans. I can associate that. So all the millions and thousands and repopulation, that's, people coming from Spain, you're definitely coming from Africa. It's damn near this. If it's not the same landmass, you've been influenced by those people or enslaved by those people or working for those people, or just like over here, building with those people, regardless of status. So maybe you stumbled across, if you're in Africa and you notice that there's a bunch of commotion going on up there in Berberland, North Africa, then definitely you would have traveled up that way and, decided to help build it. So I'm seeing that, from what I'm seeing, is that the African is literally everybody that's over here now that comes from Spain, whether you're a Spaniard, whether you're a native or whatever you want to call yourself. I can see that being there.
Yeah, I mean, look, I mean, listen, y'all. A lot of times, people are asking questions like, "Well, why didn't these people write about this, say certain things or whatever?" Right? It's like, yo, you're not gonna, things that are part of you. You're not gonna, 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 you're not it just is. You know what I'm saying? Like you don't a lifestyle. You know what I'm saying? You're not saying, "Oh, I'm living an Indian lifestyle." And you just got a lifestyle. You see what I'm saying? Like
Mm-hmm.
when we talk about food, for instance, the foods that we eat, they gave it to us like this was slave food, but it's American food. It's American culture. Barbecue, jerky. You know what I'm saying? These things are American, right? American cuisine. These are our things. Corn. You know what I'm saying? The cornbread, stuff like that, or whatever. Grits, things. All these things or whatever come from us, and we love them. And see, once again, we have the food connections, the language connection, the land, the minerals. Everything is connected to us, bro. But the Pan African community was created by the Carnegies, the Rockefellers, and people like that. The free African societies and all these other people, whatever they was called, even though in those times, were funded by the enemy. Okay, period. So to push the Franz Boas, the Hershelvik's agenda, this is what it's about. Okay, so anytime that they pull out any articles and they pull out anything, and then you bring out Epsilon Jones, you pull out Richard Allen, you pull out any of these guys, you're pulling out gatekeepers, you're pulling out enemies to the state, enemies to our nation, enemies to our future. The shit they did is still affecting us today. Okay, niggas is in the AME church right now. See what I'm saying? Based off of shit they've done. That mindset is still prevalent because that mindset, if you don't think the way they think and be, you know what I'm saying, to be how they're gonna be, that's not successful. Those are the talented 10% motherfuckers is the successful. You know what I'm saying? How they pushed us to go to school. Like I told people all the time, the Cosby Show is the worst show damn near they ever created for us. Okay? Because once again, it programmed us to have a certain mindset, to have a certain value set on this indoctrinated ass mind. You understand what I'm saying? That's the problem we have. And we have a problem in words. We have a problem in a disconnect and power. So we're gonna speak power over here. They're not gonna speak nothing but losery. We lost. We had to move around. Somebody kicked us in our ass, made us change our names, and calling ourselves this. Fuck all that, bro. Like when are we gonna when we gonna fight? When we gonna fight back? And when we gonna verbally? When are we gonna say something? See what I'm saying? Instead of keep pushing their agenda. So that's the disconnect for me, bro. The disconnect is words, the disconnect is power, the disconnect is agendas. I don't push the Zionist agenda. Period. And once again, they're gonna have to address the caste system. They're gonna have to address Zionism. They're gonna have to address the eugenic kindergarten, all the other things. They're gonna have to address this. If not, you're gonna keep pulling up articles that work against you.
Mm-hmm.
Simple as that. We're the mummies in the ground. We're here. We're the people. So yeah, when we ask, you know, what's going on, this is what we got. We the best, bro. We got it. We got it. They don't have anything. See Uni one in there, Enlighten one. Shay Pink 40. Peace. Oseo. Big O eating chitlins. Turtle Island Easy. My grandparents did. That's what's up. Black Wolf. Peace of the gods, man. Definitely appreciate y'all, man. Yeah, man. So let me know when you going live again. I'll jump on.
Yeah, man. I think you might have to. I think as your platform, is pretty spacious right now. I think you might have to kind of stop. I don't know. Like, I don't know. I'm a compassionate dude. I kind of know when. I can tell when people are legitimately lost. You get a good sense for people. You can tell when people
Right.
are legitimately lost, like seriously lost. Maybe they're legitimately confused. And then you get, what people will call trolling today, or people who are purposely just trying to argue. So in my opinion, you might have to weed out the people that are purposely trying to argue. I'm not gonna lie, man. I'm kind of new to the community, but man, I've been seeing it's like every other place that I click on when it comes to information is more and more indigenous American Indian information. So you guys just need to keep it up, man, and just keep building with those who are legitimate. You know, I think everybody was able to see that Rob Bourne's argument was, you know, again that AME Church. I think that the last guy I just saw that did a build on that was the legendary Top Cats, and then followed up by Phoenix Moon. So I mean, it's getting out, man. It's already out. You know, these whole, you know, these secret societies and all this is still controlled opposition, like you said, controlled opposition. People forcing you to, you know, look one way when really you should be just looking where you are. So, you know, and like you said, that whole mix up with words, if we just continue with and not really, you know, peel back the layers on it, you know, we're going to be in the same position. So, I think this whole system is set up on what I would call perpetual, and perpetual just, you know, perpetual bottom, perpetual we're trying to do better, perpetual I'm listening to you, perpetually I'm not going to do anything about it, perpetually I'm going to make the same mistakes. I think we're still dealing with that.
Top of
So,
the morning to everybody.
top of the morning.
Yeah, that's
Hey,
how I'm
you in
feeling
China?
today.
You
That's
in
not
China?
Italian. I mean, that's not Chinese. That's Irish.
Okay, okay. Peace, Empress. How are you?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I'm doing good.
That's
I
what's
was
up.
listening, and this is like the first time I've ever had the opportunity to actually listen in before I came in. For the most part, as soon as I get on, I let you know I'm there. And I'm listening to what both of y'all saying, and it's not a matter of right or wrong, right, on how someone chooses to approach their platform. It's a matter of you standing in the dark by yourself, but you know somewhere in this room there's a door. Only person gonna get you to that door is you. So you got to trust your own instincts. It got you this far. When it comes to those people who they don't want to, I'm not going to say go along to get along because that's never been my movement, but they just don't want to see the other side. They got an interest in that and keeping people where they at right now. If people can only like really open up their eyes and see how just the number of black people that are coming out, famous and otherwise, that are acknowledging and admitting that their family don't come from Africa,
Mm-hmm.
that they come from right here in America.
Mm-hmm.
When you look at like I've been my whole life I've been doing nothing but studying this. And I took a break for some time. So I disconnected from a lot of the information. And it's not until I hear something or I see something, do it trigger something I was taught early on. Because I'm 40 now. I'm talking about shit I was taught from the time I was born until I was about 7 or 8 years old, because they say that's when you're the most impressionable. You know nothing. So everything is new to you. So you hold on to it. And I kept trying to figure out what happened to the people that was really fighting, not like for segregation, because it wasn't segregation. They was to get rid of segregation. They was really fighting for. It was to have what they had before to get it back, and they went, a few different ways to accomplish our people from getting it: drugs and alcohol, putting the woman against the man, and then separating us in what we believe to be class. And it didn't trigger for me until I think it was this morning. I was watching this documentary, and it's on the 60s. And it's around about the 60s, Martin Luther King and Malcolm X area, that somebody along that line just didn't pass the torch down to the 70s and the 80s. And it was like, it started to get less and less in numbers. And I listened to these people talk, these well-to-do people, because they had been in Florida for like a multiple amount of years. One was a dentist. The other guy was a teacher. And they all had like prominent jobs where they were working for well-to-do people to the point where they played tennis and golf. And this is in the 60s. But what they were all sitting around speaking about, because they were from Louisiana, what they were all sitting around speaking about and putting down was the newcomers from Louisiana. And instead of them trying to help the people who came from Louisiana at this particular time, after they had already settled, had kids, forgot where they came from and all that stuff, instead of them helping them assimilate the same way somebody helped them assimilate, they thumbed up their nose. And literally, there is a man, no, there's a woman on this documentary that's talking about, oh, I'm not the same as those, and I don't want to be mixed up with them. And, I don't want people to think that we're the same. I don't mean to sound abrasive, but we're nothing like them. We're and they're just talking about how they're educated and how they're this and
Mm-hmm.
how they're that and how they work so hard to get away from what is being brought back. I don't know if it's Florida or California because you already know I can't read. I just remember what I hear and I disregard names because that shit means nothing because that shit always get changed. But that's besides the point. I digress. So based on what these people did, it took Compton and Watts and places like that from being an upscale neighborhood, a neighborhood that you went to because it was a status symbol, to now the slums. And
Right.
that shit was all it's like seeing a trap and still walking in it.
Yeah. You
It
know
just
what?
don't.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. That's super facts. Says, hey, we got original Copper Empress Hobart in the building.
Salute,
And I
salute to
think
everyone.
Indigenous 56 Aces in the building too. Peace to the guys, man.
Salute,
What it do? What it do?
salute. Can y'all hear me?
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, yes, sis, you got the floor. And then Ace, you got after
Uh,
that.
what I want to say is, they keep saying we're from West Africa. They went over on in West Africa and got us from West Africa. Which y'all need to know, none of these countries was established to the late 1960s on, to like 1975. None of these
It's
Facts.
called
countries
like
were new.
Ethiopia.
Yeah. So,
Hmm.
when they keep calling Sinhalese and all these, none of these countries even existed. None of them. So how
Hmm.
you gonna trace my spit to countries that didn't even exist? Those people didn't even exist at that time. Congo didn't exist. 1960, April of 1960. I mean, I can go on and call out just about all these different countries that they claim. The Democratic Republic of Congo was June 3rd of 1960. Singly, April the 4th of 1960. It goes on. Nigeria, April 1st of 1960. So how are you going to get us from these countries that did not exist at this point in time?
Because it's a
Ghana,
misdirection.
Ghana,
Just like
March the
the
6th,
people want to talk about we from
1957.
Africa.
So you're gonna have to explain to these people that y'all done gave these DNAs to. Why are you tying them to people that didn't even exist at this point in time? You're tracing them to people that didn't even have those names. So, people need to go research, dig into everything, not just some things to try to tie you to Africa. This is what I know about Rob Bowen. He's so adamant that people came from Africa. He believes this strong. Then why are you still in America, my brother? When are you
Hmm.
leaving? And then y'all want to talk about the thing that you pulled up. We know that was a typed document. You know that, right?
Hmm.
Like Chief said, where is the original copy of that letter? And it couldn't be spoke that clearly because nor did the ones they brought over here through Ellis Island spoke correct English because it was not from there. They were from Germany. It's our language and German language combined. That's why they call it a bastardized language. So you're gonna have to explain a whole lot of stuff, Rob Bowen, that you're saying that these people wrote out when they didn't even understand. How all of a sudden now they understand it back in that time our language, Rob Bowen. Please, please, you got to explain that too, Rob Bowen. Y'all are so adamant when you know that people did not speak. When they said, oh, they couldn't speak or read. No, we couldn't speak or read their language like they couldn't speak or read our language. So you're going to have to break all that down, Rob Bowen. You come with this every so many years. We've been doing this with you for almost 5 years now, Rob. And you still haven't came with no document or proof of the people was calling themselves African, but nothing but what these people have put out because they done rewrote and took away Negro or Indian or mulatto, all these other fictitious names that have no standing and placed it with African American during that time. I mean, it wasn't even during that time. This is something they recently put out there because all they have to do with the click of a mouth is change that word out. That's all they have to do. But yet and still, y'all want to be these great Africans that survived a ride across the Atlantic that still ships can't even survive across the Atlantic right to this day. But y'all want to be these great survivors across the most treacherous waters it is on this planet. And there was no water. I know they wasn't giving these people seawater. No, they wasn't giving them seawater. Their body's made of 85% of water. So you can go days without food, but you can't go days without water. People would have been dropping dead like flies. Then you have to think about it. They was laying in feces, piss, dead bodies, all these things in combined if they was piled up like they said they were, coming across the Atlantic Ocean. Because you have to deal with the currents and the different times of the month. The current flows a different way, Rob Bowen. You know, y'all want to claim y'all scholarship. I don't see no scholarship in nothing that y'all are teaching. All y'all are teaching is emotions and teaching people to be emotional. You're not teaching them to critical think. You're not teaching none of that. Y'all want to be tied to Africa, to a land that's never even fought for you, because you know why they never fought for you? Because they look at you as the colonizers. And like what's his name, put in there, only thing they did was change a letter in Africa to M and a letter from in America to F to make it Africa, like America. That's all they did to y'all. And they got y'all so discombobulated, y'all believe everything somebody put out on the internet just to give you, oh yeah, we came from Africa. We was these great Africans that survived this ride. And when I know for a fact, if you laid on your side, you was in feces. Because see, you have to think about it. With feces and piss, there's very deadly skin. I can't. What's the name of that? Because my mom.
It's a bacteria. I forgot the name of it too.
Yes,
but dirty daycares have the same problem.
Yes.
Yeah. From the feces.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it will get into your bloodline and will kill you. There's no way that you survive these journeys in this type of condition and then jumped off a boat and start building anything. Because first of all, just being down for a day or so, you kind of trying to get your balance. But if you're down for weeks and months at a time, you have to go through physical therapy, my brother. And that's right today. What makes you different then than you are today? That's no
They
difference.
call sea legs.
Exactly.
Hey, Empress, and think about this too. This is indigenous. Why in the hell they ain't come back for us? Or why in the hell we still here?
Exactly, because you have to understand also, if they was taking the so-called Africans back to Liberia and Sierra Leone, that means they knew that we was here. So why they didn't even come back during that time, during American Colonization Society? Why they didn't come over here and start getting your ass in? Because they knew that you wasn't them. They knew that you wasn't them. That's why they didn't come back and get your damn ass.
And they don't even claim us. Like they don't.
We don't.
They don't.
No, they don't. They do not. And what kills me is like Umar Johnson. I hate mentioning that faggot's name.
Facts.
Right, and I do mean to call him a faggot and not a homosexual, because he just be on some real girly shit. Right, one of the things he say is black people here in America is quick to claim that they're part of something else, like you're Native American, you're Chinese, you're this, you're that, when they're not trying to claim us. I've seen videos, I've seen movies, I've seen TV shows where people from America have went to Africa and tried to say that these are my roots, this is where I'm from, shit, and them Africans tell you
Mm.
straight up, you not from here.
The kati. What's it? It's a word they call you. They don't know. They'll tell you
They
that you're
tell
not
you
from there.
straight. They tell you straight up, you not from here. There's a TV show called Road Rules, and Road Rules had the Peace Corps where they was on the boat, and oh, that's a big ass rat. Where they was on the boat, and what they was doing on the boat was going from country to country, so called building the countries back up. And they one of the episodes they went to Africa, and you had this girl who was just so fucking pro black mother Africa, and they shitted on her.
They should
And
have.
MTV showed that shit. MTV did not cut that out or none of that, as they proceeded to tell her that you are not from here.
And they should have. They should have. Because anytime you bypass your ancestors that's here in America to go over there and start claiming people, you ain't even claiming your blood, the sweat, blood, tears of your ancestors here in America. But you just gonna bypass all them and go to Africa and start claiming people in Africa without any research. You just want to go off the narrative what they have pushed out in the school system,
The
thanks to the
disconnection.
Daughters of Confederacy and all the rest of these people have put out that we were
Hmm.
Africans. Because you have to understand, like she was talking about, the Indian schools, those schools right there,
Yep.
once they took over, they was in there brainwashing the children. That's right, because if you get a baby, you can teach a baby anything. A baby mind is fresh, so it can be taught anything. It can be
Yeah, that's
wired
what
the
I
way
was
you
saying
want it.
earlier. That's what I was saying
Yeah,
earlier. All of this, then when it comes to a baby, only thing a baby remember is what made it happy the day before, and it continues and grows from there. That's what
facts.
they remember. They remember what caused them pain. What they educate themselves, but they are so empty as far as
Yep.
what's going on here on this physical plane, that you can, if you can convince a child, a male child as a child, that when he get grown that his dick is no good to him, it's evil, and he
Yep.
believed that his penis is evil, and he don't use that shit at all, when I'm pretty sure there's some men that can't relate to not using their penis other
But see,
than to pee, because it's just so freaking evil. You can convince somebody of anything as a baby.
yeah, that's how they was convinced them that Jesus was gonna come back, that Jesus was that
Hmm.
Lord and Savior. But for our people been here for billions of years, billions of years. They didn't have no white savior. All of a sudden, 6,000 years ago, you came up with a white savior for us. So
Because
this
they
to let
had to
you
find
know,
a justification on how they came to be, on other than saying they are
yes,
descendants from Bigfoot, other
yep,
than saying that they are the Neanderthals, that they are the cavemen, that they are the wild animals,
no, but they
that
admit to being,
a few genes moved away from freaking
yeah,
monkeys.
yeah, 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 yeah.
They would
But
have
see,
to.
they will admit that they're Neanderthal, but they don't know what Neanderthal is. They
But
going
I
by
got a question.
caveman.
Do y'all remember when they got wet, how they smelled like wet dog?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
That's what I was getting ready to say. That is dog and wolf is what they mix with. So when you don't when y'all smell that smell when they get caught in the rain, why you think they have that smell? We don't have that smell. We don't have that smell. So why is it? These are facts. You have to go go back into your mind when all this. And I'm not trying to post out on these people because we know they have done a lot of horrendous things to us. But like Truth Searcher said the other day, if you go claim Africa and everything came up out of Africa, don't forget your pale skinned brothers and sisters.
Yeah. Like it.
Don't
This
leave them
thing.
out.
This.
Don't leave them out because that means everything. I don't want to hear you left out of there and you became pale skinned. No, that ain't what happened. That ain't what happened. Claim everything.
Yes. What's going on right now here in America? I see it going on in other countries, but I'm in America, so I can speak on America. It's a combination. It's not. It's like the attack didn't come one way. It came
Hmm.
from all different directions. One, it made the kids want to do better than the parents, but not do better in the same way that the parents was doing. So reason why a lot of black, what we consider, I hate that fucking word black, but
Yes,
what we consider, black people communities go down was the fact that it wasn't being passed down to the children, that the
facts.
children didn't see the benefit in maintaining the businesses that their families own, that they took that debt that their parents put them in so they could go to college, and instead of coming back and picking up the family business like foreigners do when they come here every year for their families back in another country, and after they finish learning all they need to learn here, they take that shit back to their country and help their country
Yes.
move up. People here, the
Uh,
native, don't do that.
Crystal. Crystal named it. That's what it is. Mercer. Mercer. I kept saying it's in my mind. I just can't get it.
That's what
Mercer.
I thought it was, but I wasn't sure.
It
I didn't
is
want to
Mercer
call out
because,
the
like
wrong
in my
shit.
field, that's why they always try to make sure the houses are cleaned down
Yeah, you
and
wash your
bleachers.
hands. Yeah, but what's going on right now as I look at the city I'm in? This shit looks like a third world country. Not one or two blocks of bakes. You got a whole community with nothing but bakes. And
Would
these were
you
prominent
go
houses.
and go across these treacherous waters, losing risk losing your life to enslave people and bring them to another land mess? They had nothing, didn't know how to cultivate a land, didn't know how to do anything to a land because they are foreign to a land. But you just killed off all the original people of the land, and you're gonna
You
go get
got
some
people who
more settled
believe in
people. That's
anything.
stupid. That's
You got
stupid.
people that
When you
believe in
can
anything.
Yeah, when you can just easily enslave those that you caught and force them to teach you about the land and everything that, when it comes to the culture and everything of this land. That lets you know how stupid this is to even keep pushing this shit in 2020 to keep
First
dumbing
of all,
down our people.
there's no such thing as slavery. What it was is you was a prisoner of war.
Facts.
That's
Facts.
what that was. You are a prisoner
POW.
of war. And
POW.
every prisoner across time. You got another Newport? You got another Newport? What happens is when you're a prisoner of war, every country has let go their prisoners and gave reparations for it, gave them some type of compensation for it. There was never
Yep.
no
It's not gonna be no compensation for you. For
thing.
one thing, African American Italy's fictitious terms
thing.
they have termed we're not a nation. Only nations get reparations. You're not a nation. African American is not a nation. Negro American is not a nation. None of
That
these
was
black
that.
colored, none of these are not nations. You do not get reparations for only reason why the Jews got reparations because they're a nation. Only reason why the Chinese got reparations because they are a nation. Quit
With
letting these people mind fuck y'all with these terminology that they're
with
using on
quiet
you.
quiet as kept, a lot of the people who go by their Native American whatever label has already gotten their reparations
Facts.
because they've proved that they were Native American, and all you need to have in your system to get your reparations is 1% Native. That's it. 1%.
But we don't even use the word term native. Native means born in bondage. We're talking about the original people of the land, which is so called the Negro,
Ab-
so called the African American, black, color, mulatto,
well, the
African,
original, the term for
yeah,
that is Aboriginal.
yes, Aboriginal. I mean, from the beginning, the beginning.
Yeah,
And please quit coming to
Aboriginal.
us with the Aboriginals is down in Australia. No, they didn't conquer Australia till almost 200 years later after they
They,
conquered America.
let me tell you something.
We're
About
colonized.
what I really love about my people getting the internet back up and running because it's always been here is I get to watch around the world the mind fuck. And what I've seen in
Hmm.
Australia is they are trying to go into those private temples, those pyramids that might not exactly look like a pyramid, but they are, and get that information that's in there.
Yep.
because that shit is their history. Australia history goes back 80 million years or some shit like that. They got a crazy ass number on how far back they can trace their history because even though the colonizers was able to come there and get some shit there, they wasn't able to get the important shit.
Mm-hmm.
What went on here was you didn't have to worry about going to war for the important shit because they made sure the two generations down ain't want the shit. So all they had to do was
Exactly.
wait for them to walk away from it. Like I'm in Baltimore right now, and
Yes.
when I tell you this shit is a third world country, if you got a couple $1,000, you don't even need much. Come down here and buy some of these row houses because I promise that your lot will be worth millions. But a
Well,
lot of
because that's
people
what
don't
they
know is
doing.
if
What
you
they
got an
do,
abandoned house, if you got an abandoned house sitting on your lot because it's still abandoned, you gotta pay for it. But if it's an empty lot, you don't have to pay nothing, no taxes on it.
what people
Mhm.
must know, they're not allowed to own nothing, nothing in America. These
Nope,
people,
not really.
there's stuff in stand in place for us to know this, but since they never taught you any of these things, you don't know. They're not allowed to. We allowed them to come here and live, but they wasn't supposed to own anything.
They wasn't.
Anything. That's
They
why
wasn't.
they are doing so much to keep you asleep or to kill you off because the truth is out there now. So
I'm
if you
gonna
don't
say
know the truth, it's because you choose not to want the truth. You don't want to know the truth. You still
I'm
stuck
I'm
in Africa.
I'm gonna say this right, and I hope everybody is paying attention to what I say. The lease agreement, not the ownership of the United States of America, was no longer what is the contractual and a
Mm.
contractual agreement.
I think it's United States of America and the United States
Yeah,
of
but see,
America
United States
of
of
the
America,
Americas. It's
the
United States of
United States.
America and United States of the Americas. It's
Okay, the
two of them.
United States of America is a corporation. The
Yes,
United States of the Americas is
it's
not.
us.
That's a
It's
continent.
us. It's us.
But what I'm saying is, as of 2000, straight up 2000, 12 o'clock
Mm-hmm.
2000, when 1999 was over and we went into the 2000s, their
Mm-hmm.
contract that they had,
Was
the
up.
deed, was up. It was null and void. They did
Yes.
multiple things to get them in what they thought was uncharted territory. And
Woo.
that's 2020. But what they don't realize about 2020 was you lost the second you walked in the door and told the first lie.
And see, that's why they came up with the world will end in 1999. It wasn't the world was ending in 19. It was their contract was ending.
What they was
That's
trying to
why.
the reason why they had an end on their contract or they signed for an end is because our ancestors convinced them that by 2020 they would be able to live on the moon. And they bought that shit hook, line, and sinker. So they did not expect to still be here.
Be here.
That's why they
Uh-huh.
made that agreement. But I know for a fact that not one person that's entitled or had any type of land, deed through birthright or anything, did they contact and attempt to make any agreement with them so they can extend their time here. They are getting rid of squatters' rights, with getting rid of their rights, whether if they know it or not.
Yep.
What
Cause
you
they
choose to believe today do not matter to me because I own tomorrow. Period. You can do whatever you want to do right now. Have as many elections as you want right now. But as soon as 2020 is over, everything they had control of, everything they was able to dictate, not just here, because all we wanted was here. When we are entitled to the fucking world. Our pyramids have stood the test of fucking time in
facts.
a straight line in all of the different languages we have created around the world just because they knew they were coming. They knew once these animals got here, they would never want to fucking leave. The second you told the first lie, you lost. The second you violated the first treaty, you lost. The second you shed it, a drop of my people's blood, you condemned everybody in your bloodline. They are becoming extinct, and there's nothing they can do to stop it. Everything they do to stop them from becoming extinct only makes it happen faster.
And see, that's why they pushing this agenda now with this COVID and wanting you to take that shot. Have y'all noticed that they putting it on the news that it won't work unless the brown and black people, so-called brown and so-called African Americans take it? Y'all be a fool
Yo,
to
let
get
me.
yourselves in the motherfucking line to take anything these parasites got to give. History has showed you how they have done us from the radiation they have put on kids, 5
Man,
and 6, to all the way down to the Tuskegee
man,
Airmen,
flip
and the
that.
communities in Alabama that they was giving syphilis to. They weren't just giving
Flip
it to the
that. Flip
Tuskegee
that.
Airmen.
There is a nurse that left, I forgot what state she from, but left the state she was in to go and deal with the COVID patients in New York because it was such a pandemic, right? On how they was dying. And she admitted on Facebook, on live, that they are literally killing off black people and Hispanic people.
Yep.
She said she had a patient, and as long as she had the patient, she was able to keep the patient alive. They took her off the patient, and the patient was dead by that afternoon. They are doing that
Then
shit
they
is
doing this.
annihilation. That is
Yep.
biological
It's
warfare.
numbers. It's numbers. You don't know we're in there. Spiritual, physical, mental warfare.
Like I said, they come from all angles. That's
Yep.
why we need to come back with all angles. And what people don't really get is there is more than a army sitting in the background just waiting for us to really decide that
Now see
we
now
not
right
just gonna
now,
play with it.
right now they
No,
got
right
them.
now,
But I'm
right
saying
now.
right now they got our people focused on election, too busy trying to get
Mm-mm,
Trump out. And I
mm-mm,
asked everybody,
mm-mm.
what help the Democrats gave you? Nothing. They are trying to make you welfare.
No,
They
no,
and keep letting
no,
all these foreigners in. The
no,
Republicans about you prospering, doing
no.
something because
That
we
that
want
is
the
not.
Republicans.
That is not. That's not the whole truth. There, they do have the weak-minded focused on the election and things of that nature, but they do not have those ones that have the power to actually, when you decide you want to move anything.
Hmm.
They do not, and they are showing themselves more and more every fucking day. They do not. There is a whole fucking tsunami of people that are just waiting for that word. That's it. That's all
Hmm.
they waiting for is the word because they've been lost. They lost so long ago that it wasn't funny. But it don't make sense to give people back something that they gave away because if you didn't appreciate it the first time you had it, what makes you think you're gonna appreciate it the second time you get it?
Hmm. Why even ask people for something that took everything from you? Ain't no more goddamn asking no goddamn way. It's time for them to
Man,
go give us our
how
shit and hit the road, Jack.
How do you choose to believe anything that someone says that did you wrong when they do not
Facts.
teach you in their schools the main principles that you need? And I don't care what nobody say, learning the law of the land, the law of whatever, is something that should be taught to you in school because when
Yep.
you go to court and you standing in front of that judge and you say, I did not know that it was illegal, they're going to tell you ignorance of the law
The
is not
law,
an excuse.
and that's a fact.
So if ignorance of the law is not an excuse, why our kids don't get taught that? Why we didn't get taught that? A bunch of people don't know that it no matter what's going on in your life, it is legal for you to have a shotgun in your house. You do
Legal,
not need a you do not need a permit for
mm,
that.
you have the right to bear arms. Quit running around here talking about you finna go get a gun.
Hmm. How about people don't know that if you are a private citizen, which you are, that you're not required to have a license, a driver's license,
You
and
know,
you
you
can't be
sure don't.
ticketed. That
You
there
sh-
is no speed limit. Only
nope.
speed limit exists for buses, cabs, people who are towing, who do some type of commerce on the road. Those are the people who are required to have license. As a private citizen, you are not required to have nothing.
Mm-mm. Only people with CDLs are required to have license. Who's
You
been
have to be
big
a
with,
bus driver, truck driver, cab
yep,
driver. You have
yep,
to do with something that's dealing with
commerce.
transportation. Yep, commerce. That you have to be. If not, you're not required to have it. They make more than $56 billion
Mm-hmm. Off your
off of people.
ignorance.
Yes, you get taken advantage of every fucking day. Like lately on my Facebook, I've been going live, and people getting mad at me because I keep telling you, either you colorblind or you crazy to call yourself black when clearly you're brown.
That part.
You really, really want to start getting rid of, coming into reality and getting rid of illusions
Willie
and
Lilly said what
personas.
contract was up? The contract with us was up in
The contract
1999
with
with
Native.
us.
It's actually talked about on another fucking TV show. Baywatch talked about it. There was an Indian man who wanted to die on his beach. And he
Mm.
told them, he didn't just tell them, he showed them the contract and showed them that it was up in 2000 and that he was entitled to his land and that's where he wanted to die at. So that's where he was going to die at. You learn so much fucking information from TV, movies, and music. But because it can't be that simple, it can't be that easy, people disregard that shit. They give you a piece of your truth every day. They give you a piece of your information every day, but because you don't know that's yours, you don't understand that you being taken for a ride.
I'm listening, sis. I'm listening.
Yeah, like people just, I don't know, that the time to be ignorant, that shit been past. That shit passed so much
With
fucking
all
so
that's
long
going
ago.
on, it sure is.
You don't understand why they don't want you at more than 10 people. They don't want y'all congregating and coming together. Whenever you see them, they together. Wear masks. And if the fucking president don't follow none of these damn rules, he's
That's a
always
fact.
at some type of whistling that he doesn't wear any masks. He's having campaign, where they go around and they whatever you call it, when they get the people to come out and listen to what their plans are for the following, elect if you vote me in type of shit. Them people, it's more than 25 people in the room. And almost don't none of them be wearing masks. Like this shit is all bullshit. If I got y'all divided, divide and conquer, that shit should really be one word. It should not be two. It should be one word. Because once when I divide, I have already conquered. And how do you divide? By putting one against each other? Like literally, anything I speak on because I've either done it myself or watched somebody do it. There's a place in New York at Hempstead, Long Island, where that property, that whole thing used to be native, just all native. And slowly but surely, the ignorant niggas that was born there, information wasn't passed back to them, and they didn't appreciate the fact that they were never in no form of bondage, that they never experienced no form of slavery or anything. So they was just so naive. Now, I'm not even going to say naive, I'm going to say primitive, that they did not respect the hustle or nothing else. And all I did was sit back and play them people like chess pieces. I destroyed a whole fucking community that had been thriving for more than 50 years with no problems with selling drugs of any sort. I just put them all against each other because they were already enemies. They just wouldn't admit to it. Divide and conquer. Once when I divided them up and I made them feel different about everybody else, when I pointed out things that they were seeing but they just wasn't paying attention to, it was already, they had already lost. It was not, I didn't need to call the cops. I didn't need to bring anybody in. I didn't even have to call nobody and have nobody fight for me. I sat on my stoop and I played with them people like chess pieces. I moved them all across that board until none of them were left. Why? They thought it was okay to open up their mouth on me. Disrespect deserves disrespect, and they did not appreciate the hustle. They went from selling 70 dimes of weed in 5 minutes to maybe 70 dimes of weed a month. Mm, I know what can be done. I've seen it. What one person can do with just sticking to what the fuck they believe in, not what everybody else want them to believe in. just with what they want to believe in. Possibilities of possibilities are endless. Because for every possibility you pop up with, a billion more pop up behind it, or pop up to show you a different way to go about it. I need a light now.
You. Hey,
You.
so I wanted to know what you guys we were talking about the so-called black cities in America pre-Civil War. You know what I'm saying? So that's anything prior to that. You know what I'm saying? When we talk about Cahokia, we talk about Poverty Point. You know what I'm saying? Talk about Alabama and Florida. We talk about the Caribbean islands. We talk about these ancient cities that were ancient trading, like cities trading. That we had ancient trade going on. You know what I'm saying? So and cities sprung up as like all over the world, but when we're talking about America in particular, you know what I'm saying? We're always written out of history when it comes to that. And
Mm-hmm.
so that's what we're talking
Because
about.
they stole it.
They're writing us out of history by doing stuff like, oh, well, this is a Paleo American, or this is a Native American, or you're an African
It's
American,
called it's
and this and
called
that, and this and
scorched
that.
earth.
But
It's called scorched earth, and I think it's a Greek word, and what it means is leave nothing behind but ashes. How you still, how you steal anything is by wiping out their history, any traces that they can go back to find to even connect them to their history, wiping it out. But because these people are, I wouldn't even call them pirates because pirates are very calculating, because they're scavengers. They didn't want to get rid of everything, so they kept some things. They changed. They figured you wouldn't be able to recognize it if we change it around, and all these other things. But when you want to violate a people, you want to really, really violate them. The first thing you do is steal their God. The second thing you do is give them yourself as their new God. Because every time they go to raise up their hand to you or stand up to you, they going to cower down because in their mind, you are still their God. You're their God. Subconsciously, consciously, or whatever. Everything here is a fucking mind fuck. I think killing and all the rest of that shit is just the icing on the cake because they carnivores. They like doing fucked up shit. They like carnage. I used the wrong word when I said carnivores. They like carnage. They like death and destruction. They feed off of that. When it comes to these black cities, a lot of these black cities, how we ended up losing them was the generations that came up behind that one that made some type of success for themselves. They either moved away or they sold it. They just didn't give a fuck about it, so they didn't pay attention to what they was doing, so they still lost it. Like it's so many different ways that we just handed over our shit. Everything wasn't a war. Everything wasn't a fight. That's what I was just saying, like earlier. I don't know where you went at. You wasn't on here, but like
well,
they just handed the shit over.
right. Well, what's crazy, right? Oh shit. But when we talk about America and what we called ourselves, you know what I'm saying, and what we allowed them to come here and call us. That is
Hmm.
that's the biggest part of it, yo. Like that. No matter when we talk about the disconnect, you know what I'm saying. That's the disconnect for a lot of us because we're arguing over the different
Semantics,
terminologies. Yeah, it's all
semantics.
semantic. All this ending because I say that with Rob Bourne too, but he was speaking as if we're speaking of different people. We're the original people on every landmass, but we're talking specifically America. This is our damn land. You know what I'm saying? We've
But
been
you
here.
you
No matter
you
what
you
rules,
know,
no matter what tribes they created, and all this other shit, we the original people. What's that?
a lot of people arguments that they don't realize what causes the biggest miscommunication is it be apples and oranges. I remember I would be having an argument with somebody and they'll try to bring up something I did and I would have to explain to them that's not the same thing. that it might be similar, but that's not the same thing. We both fruit, but one of us is orange and one of us is apple. We taste different, we look different, we do different things, but we still fruit. Like what these arguments is going on, they put too much on a name, which I love to hear you say word spells. That should tickle my funny bone. Because people think that they have to believe in these type of things for them to work. No, you don't have to believe in it. You ain't got to sign, subscribe to it, or none of that. It's still gonna work. The proof is in the pudding. Look who, look who we got in the White House. If that's not the sign of witchcraft, I don't know what the fuck is, or sorcery, or whatever name you want to give that shit. It's still science. It's all still science. Yo, oh my God, I've never been nowhere where flies bite. It's just crazy. Them shits bite the fuck out you. Shit, but no, you know them word spells. The people get caught up on words like God, Jesus, and all of these different, terminologies they use to describe their God, and how people try to shit on motherfuckers because they say gods of their ancestors. You went to a spiritual plane. So you're now like our God. You're now there to watch over us, whether you call them angels or what. Like, just people get caught up on the wordplay. That's where the mind fuck come in at. You having an argument, and y'all not even an argument. It's supposed to be a debate, but then it turns into an argument because y'all talking about the same thing. Y'all just using two different names. Y'all talking about the same story. Y'all just describing it a little bit different. Instead of, one person stepping out of trying to prove their point or trying to be right and just acknowledging that, like, yo, we having the same argument, they just continue that shit on. I don't care what nobody say. All of them African so-called scholars, they know the fucking truth, but that shit ain't beneficial. They can't make money off of that. Why? Popular opinion says that we from Africa, so we from Africa. I can make money off of saying we from Africa. I'm not gonna make a dime off of saying I'm from here. I'm not gonna make a dime from saying this is my land. But if I push that African movement and we need to go and get some land in Africa and all, and we need to go back to where we came from, and all, I'm gonna get rich off of that. The white man gonna make sure. Now I ain't even gonna blame it on the white man because we got a whole bunch of people that look like us on that same team too. They gonna make sure you eat. You pushing their agenda. You sending a confusing ass message because even though these people feel like they from here, they feel like they home here. Oh, but he said. So people are looking at perception over reality. We don't look like them Africans.
Well, I don't. Once again, though, right? We talking about before. There were literally, right. I remember doing some research on the Revolutionary War, right? And we're gonna get into this. We're gonna want to pull this article back up, but then I want to get back to the list because there's some cities in there. You know what I'm saying that we want to go over. Um, but they were they had captured some soldiers that were fighting for the British. There was some Hessian, some German soldiers, right? And they had captured a couple of them, and they were injured and stuff. And they were talking. It's like, yo, what are you doing there fighting? They were asking some of the brothers that was in the Hessian army, the German army, right? Well, why y'all here fighting? What's going on? You guys are slaves? They're like, we're not slaves. We're free men, and this and that and the third. So you gotta understand when we talk about Europeans, you're not always talking about just pale people. Y'all like throughout
Hmm.
history, yeah, man, it's different time periods.
Because
But
we got
what I
people that were
understand about
native
Ralph
to
Lauren,
we got people that were native to over there. They killed off. They say they killed off the
of
last
course,
group of black people was 1497 or 1497.
it,
And then three
they were
years
still killing.
after,
They were still killing off the indigenous people of Europe in the 1940s. So no,
oh,
this
okay.
this is in the 1990s in Sarajevo. So this ethnic cleansing stuff like that. That's what they're talking
Hmm.
about. They're wiping out the darker people.
But all they
Gypsies,
doing is wiping
Egyptians.
their stuff
Gypsy is
out.
short for gypsy.
You
Gypsy is
know
short
what?
for Egyptians.
You've ever
Okay,
seen
not no
that
people that gypped you. None of that dumb
Yeah,
shit.
I know.
Gypsy is
Not them,
Egyptian.
not them
It's
white
dark people.
Egyptians that come on TLC. No, not them.
Yeah,
Or just
that's that
um.
bullshit.
Dag, I forgot what I was about to say. It just went totally blank. I had a brain fart.
Hey, Supreme Chief.
Yes, sir.
Hey, so listen, what would you say that did you do any research and find out where is the indigenous European from? If this is a melanated person, where do they come from? Do they come from the Americas or do they come from over there?
Hmm? Can you repeat the question?
I said the melanated European, the original European. Do they come from the Americas or do they come from Europe?
I guess they would be the same way how we say we from America. They would be from Europe. I think after you've been somewhere X amount of generations, you are. That's where you from. Like how one of the ways it was explained to me on how we got on so many different continents were that there was a great like the flood that they talk about in the Bible. That shit happened long before they said it happened. That's why they say everything that's in the Bible was stolen from Egypt. And, you know, they had to build boats or whatever, whether or not if there was two animals and all of that, they never discussed that. So I don't know about the animals or none of that shit. But they had boats because they were people who had some type of sense. And they lived on the sea for a point in time. And Africa was supposed to have been the first piece of land that wasn't submerged underwater after this flood was over. So once when the people started to populate, you know, Africa or whatever, they decided that they wanted to migrate out and to prove that they were the first people there or to prove that they were there, period, they started building pyramids and stuff like that on what would be considered, I think it's called the bloodline or something like that, that line that cuts all the way around the world where you see each pyramid and each pyramid has multiple different languages to prove that they were diverse, to prove that they were the beginning. Like no one came there before them. We even had some, or we still have some here in America. Some are covered up, some have been torn down, but that's basically how they migrated. They even migrated by boat. They said that certain times of the years, you know, there was ways that land popped out. Like you hear that bullshit ass story about Moses parting the Red Sea. There was supposed to have been a piece of like a strip of land that how wide it is, I'm really not sure because they didn't give me that type of information. But they were able to walk from one side to the next. But it was only during certain times of the year, during certain, you know, seasons and all of that other stuff. And then after a while, that disappeared. But they were supposed to have been that way all around the world. We wasn't at one point in time. This was one big landmass. This wasn't as separate as it is now. That's why when you look at the map or you look at a globe, you can see that each country can fit into another country and you can put all of them back together and then pick up the little pieces of the islands and put them back in it and fill up the holes and see how that shit all fits together. That it was one land mass, not as separate as it is now. What people don't understand about this bubble we live in, it is a living, breathing thing. It is not something that's just there for your benefit. You need proof that this
Yo,
planet is alive. Look at the trees and the grass growing from the ground.
hey sis.
Mm.
Okay, okay. I wanted
Oh,
to get back to this article, right? And yeah, it's from my Tanzania, bro. Um, Great Flood,
oh shit.
town. Um,
Yeah. I'll put this article back up, y'all. I know what I was gonna say though, right? When we talk about black cities, right? The father of anthropology, I can't think of his first name right now. Marquez, right? I think that's what his name is. Anyway, I could be wrong. Memory might not come back. But anyway, the father of anthropology said that America was a Negro continent,
Was a
or we
Negro
call it
who?
Egypt, a Negro continent, and that's based off of the anthropology, the digging up of the not only the oldest bones, but you know all other bones that they found. So like Louisiana, they found another 100 or so bones with her, like of Negroes, Naya Negroes, Montana Negroes, like the oldest bones in the ground are
Yeah.
Negroes, okay, or black people. This is a Negro continent. That's why we say so. If anything was built here, whether it's the the Olmec, Chi, you know what I'm saying, civilization, the Aztec, all these are all black people. These are black cities. Okay,
Hmm.
okay. Like I
Yeah,
don't, I
I'm
don't, I don't
aware of
even
that.
get it right.
Yeah, I'm
What the
aware of
fuck?
that.
And
But you
so
know
the
what?
people painted themselves on in the murals. They left mummies in the ground to
Yeah,
prove who
yeah,
these
that's
people
what I
are.
said. That's what I said. That they left ways to find. But do you know one of the things that they were doing? They were digging up the bodies. So if we wanted to trace it back and get DNA, and this is the premeditation that people really don't pay attention to. So we wouldn't be able to trace our ancestors back to here. They were digging up the bodies and dropping them in the ocean, digging up the bodies and incinerating them. So there was no evidence, so called, left. Because in their mind, that's the proof we need. When it's not, that's not the proof we need to prove our case on nothing, on no platform or no shape, way, or form. Like we were here, we have been here. The thing that tells you that what they call the Native Americans now is something that was created here is the fact that one, they have what's considered mongoloid phenotype, and two, their bones can only be found here. So you mean to tell me all of those Native Americans that so called exist in places like where you at? Them light skinned Chinese looking ones. They've never traveled. They've never went anywhere in their life. Like none of them. In the history of them. They've never been anywhere other than here. How does that make sense to anybody? You get where I'm coming from, Chief?
Yep,
Like
absolutely.
how does that make like how do you make that make sense in your mind? What's your level of delusion that makes sense? Like that's my like what is your level of delusion that makes sense? That you really believe that but what they talk about is one of their different studies they did was like, just leaving things alone and watching what was created from it by just, letting people go and do what they want to do, seeing what was created and how new life sprung up, whether it was human, animal, or whatever, how new life would spring up. You, God, like that's just one of the things they say, or what I was taught, so to speak. Oh my God, this fucking father's fucking me up. What are you doing, Chief?
Uh, I'm nothing. I'm just getting ready. Um, can we scroll up or scroll down on this right here? To this.
I'm gonna scroll down some more. Yeah, let's scroll down some more. Okay, I'm back, yeah. All right, here we go. Let's get this. This is interesting right here, right? As they talk about free people of color, check this out. Free people of color
in the Americas, 1492 to 1830. Okay, so that, as we have spoken before, you have people in the ground, Negroes, that predate 1492. Okay, so that's just what it is. And if you believe they were slaves too, that's on you, right? So the history of free people of color in the Americas extends back to the beginning of the age of exploration. Now, this is a mindset of them. There's their age of exploration, right? When did we explore? You feel me? So their age of exploration is 1492 or whatever, right? The crew of Christopher Columbus' first expedition included a free black sailor, Juan Garrido, a black conquistador, traveled with Ponce de Leon and Panido de Narvaez in what is now the United States and Mexico, while Juan Valentine, a free black man from Cadiz, helped lead the first Spanish expedition to Chile. Esteban de Dorenez, a Negro Arabized, right, black, I don't know what the fuck that means, saved the shipwrecked explorer Alvar Nunez Cabeza de Vaca and his men from certain death by posing as a shaman and persuading, check this out, y'all, Native Americans to share their food. Whoa, 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 whoa. So the nigga disguised himself as a shaman, right? A Negro disguised himself as a shaman, y'all, right? Basically, it persuaded the Native Americans, aka the Aborigines, that looked like him, because remember he's a Negro, right, to share their goddamn food. Damn. Free people of color played an important role in Spain's New World empire as soldiers, sailors, artisans, and laborers. Manumission by empire by which slaves were granted or purchased their freedom had been customary in the Iberian Peninsula as far back as Roman times and was transplanted by the Spanish and Portuguese to their American colonies, giving rise to a large and vibrant population of free people, wait for it, of color. Now, the interesting part of this is that they said that this was going on, right? Purchasing your freedom and things of that nature have been going on as far back as the Roman times. So this goes back as far as back as the Roman Empire, y'all. And so they're saying that they brought that same custom in over here. Okay, well, they just brought it back, so to speak. Okay, we just say that the Roman Catholic. Okay, said a large rise of people of color, right? Of free people, given a large rise of vibrant population of free people of color. So basically, they're saying that this system that they've been doing since the Roman times, they brought that system over here. Same way that they try to say that they brought the language over here and stuff like that or whatever. You see what I'm saying? So they'll keep all was good and give us the bad stuff, right? So the Roman Catholic faith, which at least initially discouraged the enslavement of anyone who had accepted Christianity. Wait a minute. The Roman Catholic faith was at least initially discouraged, right, the enslavement of anyone who had accepted the Christianity faith. Because basically they were saying that, oh, well, if these people are heathens and stuff like that, it's okay to enslave them, but it wasn't okay if they took on the Christian faith. See what I'm saying? And we know that once again, that was something that they oppressed and they pushed even on their people in Europe. Okay, if we push this system on you and you accept it, I have you enslaved for life. Okay. In some ways, the French had a similar outlook, imagining a society where class was more important than race, in which everyone was entitled to fair treatment, provided they had been baptized into the Catholic Church. For all its harshness, the French code, nor adopted in 1685, included articles protecting the rights of freed slaves, which were essentially the same as those of whites, with the exception that they could not vote, hold public office, or marry a white person, while generally the French, Spanish, and Portuguese codes treated slaves and free blacks less harshly and offered greater legal protection than did Protestant nations. In practice, local conditions such as slave revolts and the distance of the colonies from central administrative control probably more directly affected their experiences, right? The French were also more tolerant of racial mixing, especially in sparsely settled frontier societies like Louisiana, where there were significantly fewer white women than men. At the same time, they developed elaborate color categories to define the results of that mixing, which means, once again, y'all, we talk about the caste system, obviously putting the dark on the bottom, right? Which will be the indigenous people, and then the lighter you are, which will be closer to the top of the white people, right? This system is placed in the religion, right? We talk about this, right? We talk about how they teach that darker people are cursed. I told somebody about this the other day. I was like, yo, the Nation of Islam literally pushes this, right? And all religious, Abrahamic religious people at some point are going to push light skin or white degeneracy. That's what I call it, okay? Because of the system. The caste system, the racial caste system is backed up by their system, okay? Their interpretation of the scriptures, their interpretation of whatever, right? Oh, you're cursed if you're this, right? And oh, well, it's okay because it's right here. It says it in this book, okay? Oh, y'all think I'm playing? Okay, let's see. Let's see what they say. In the British colonies, people of African descent, which free or not, face severe social and legal restrictions. Now, I do understand the social restrictions, but you're gonna still have to show me these legal restrictions where you're legally stopping people from doing some of the things that you're saying, like fucking other people and stuff like that. That's just lies. You know what I'm saying? They would just like in the French wasn't sending their women over here. Okay, just like Dutch wasn't sending their women over here, right? So men, when they go sailors and stuff, and they go to different places on the planet, they're gonna meet women, indigenous women that would be there. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes, some places, like if you go to like Dubai, for instance, unless you marrying somebody, you can't just be going over to willy-nilly having sex, right? You know what I'm saying? So they wasn't coming over here unless they had to marry these women and stuff like that. Wasn't just come over here just raping a whole bunch of, and that's why you got these people. Nah, money grip, it didn't work like that. So they like to tell these stories and keep pushing them on us, right? So it says race for the British was as important as class. Most of the English colonies in North Africa and the Caribbean passed formal black, aka slave codes between the 1670s and 1750s. Slaves there had almost no legal standing, and free slaves and freeborn Africans had few civil rights. Individuals had to carry freedom papers, okay, wherever they went as proof of their status, and and those without them ran the risk of being re-enslaved. Now, I've been asking for years now, not only for these people to email me slavery, but can you please email me a copy of anybody's manumission freedom papers? Please, can anybody do this for me? Please. Because if these things was that important, I'm sure that these things will still be passed down to your family to make sure that you and your families and on and on and on would be free. So can y'all please produce some freedom papers, please? Please. Shit. Free Black communities existed up and down the eastern seaboard of North America. The largest was in Philadelphia. Check this out. Which through the influence of the Quaker anti-slavery activists had opened its doors to Black men and women in the mid 18th century. Other cities with significant populations of free Blacks were Boston, Providence, New York, and Charleston. The first man killed in Boston massacre of 1770 was Crispus Attucks, a free mixed race sailor. So if you guys don't know about Crispus Attucks, we did a build on Crispus Attucks, the Nantuckets, and who these people were. And they could tell you his tribe and his people here, whatever, but they could never tell you who he was mixed with from Africa. They never say that because they don't have any evidence that this man was a mixed race. Then they definitely like to see, and they said free mixed race, so they just left it in the air who he was mixed with. Well, they want to say that Crispus Attucks was mixed with the Nantucket Indians, right, in Massachusetts. He's a Massachusetts Indian, right, and an African, not a European, not a pale person or whatever like that or whatever. Because guess what? Reading this or whatever, you would assume that they're talking about he was mixed race with a pale person. Okay, you would assume that because this is how they writing this shit. So you got to understand the people that are writing this shit right here are not your friends; they're your enemy. Fuck. 4 African Americans fought at the Battle of Lexington in the American Revolution, and some historians have estimated that as much as 1/5 of the rebel army that recaptured Boston from the British was Black. Although George Washita, aka George Washington, right, discouraged free colored men from enlisting in the Continental Army, they joined anyway. Well, first off, George Washington was a Black man, okay? So keep that in your mind. They whitewashing history, they whitewashing him. George Washington's a Black man coming soon. Just letting y'all know. Get your mind right. And so, oh man, I mean, this is crazy. Cause okay, so all right, so y'all hear what they said right here. So I'm just gonna break this down. So it says 4 African Americans fought at the Battle of Lexington, right? So what made them African Americans? See what I'm saying? So either you're American, right? It wasn't no such thing as African American. They were Americans, right? From America, fighting for America. So if you had anybody else, perfect example, right? If you ask a European right now, right? Where you from? Where are your grandparents from? They know. They could trace themselves back to Germany, Poland, France, so on and so forth, right? They know. They could do this right now. So you don't think that these people right here, that the few that came over here from Europe or whatever, from these different places, didn't identify themselves as whatever they was, Hessian, Germans, French, blah, 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 whatever, right? So these people would have identified themselves as these people because, right? So when they tell you 4 African Americans and 1/5 of the army, the rebel army that recaptured Boston from the British was Black, you know what I'm saying? And they say all these different things, right? They're coding, they're playing word games. Everybody was Black. It's just different types. So what they're doing is they're playing word games. Okay, this is what they're doing. I'm telling you. In the Southern colonies during the Revolution, free Blacks served in the colonial regiments and militias, but were more likely to assist the British. Okay, you see, you had people fighting for both sides. So once again, the British, a system of color is being written back in history. That's what these people are doing. It had nothing to do with color. It has something to do with owning and having something, owning something. You know what I'm saying? Learning something from somebody. If I'm your teacher, I'm your master, and you owe me a debt until you pay that debt off for teaching you said trade or something like that. Because a trade was important, right? It would be like right now, you know, if you said, man, I want to be a electrician, right? And then somebody takes you in and brings you in as an apprentice, right? And you work under a master electrician and you learn the skills or whatever, and you become an electrician. Then you see what I'm saying? But they're not gonna do that for free. So you had to work for this person a certain amount of time, you know what I'm saying? And for them to pay off for them teaching you said things. So whatever the contract was or whatever, and people broke those contracts. Okay. And so this is what we're talking about. So once again, they're categorizing slavery based off of who they're talking about, based off of who's reading it and who's writing it. You know what I'm saying? So that's what we're talking about. In the southern colonies during the revolution, were free blacks. Okay. At war's end, almost all black loyalists were transported to Canada, Britain, the West Indies, or Sierra Leone, reducing the South's already small free black population. Lies. That said, in 1790, the state with the largest population of free blacks was Virginia. Now, 1790 is the first year that they started doing the census, right? So you got 1790, 1800, 1810, so on and so forth, right? So the era of the early republic in the U.S. saw the formal abolition of slavery in the most northern states, as well as the creation of the Northwest Territory, where slavery was outlawed from the beginning. Even in the Upper South, the number of manumissions rose. The free African American population of North America, of the North, grew from about 27,000 in 1790 to 138,000 in 1830. So just in 40 years, it grew exponentially, right? Over this 111,000 years, right? In the Upper South, in the same period, it went from 30,000, right, to 150,000. This rise in population was due for the most part to natural growth. In states like Maryland, Pennsylvania, Ohio, and Indiana, runaway slaves were a contribution factor, though some of the new states of the Midwest, particularly Illinois, enacted severe Black Lives Matter. Black laws to limit African American migrations there. It said free people of color worked in a wide range of professions. In the North, many acquired small farms, land ownership by free blacks, and the South was less common, and those who worked in agriculture were often overseers and occasionally bookkeepers, business managers, and attorneys on the farms of white relatives. Huh? So so they're talking about free people of color was working in a wide range of professions. In the North, many acquired small farms. Y'all ever like been to like cities, and they got like abandoned side of town, or like they'll be like, oh, this used to be an old theater, black theater, or like towns like they used to have like the little businesses, pharmacies, and things like that, or whatever, right? You'll be surprised at some of the northern cities, Midwest cities across the country, Kansas, different places like that will have these things because our people not only did, like, if we would have just said, you know what, no, we're gonna stick to our stuff. We don't have to go integrate and go into their restaurants. We're gonna focus on building our ecosystem that was already here, but it was destroyed. It was economically destroyed. Okay, and that's what happened. So when they talk about people in the north own more land, and people in the south, um, I think that's interesting. But but they said that you know that these people, these free people of color, were the managers, like Steven on Django, right? He was like the business manager for Leonardo DiCaprio's character, right? So Steven was the business manager. He was that guy, right? And that guy um could have been his relative. And that's why he was so upset when he got killed. Because he acted like he was his lover or it was his son. Y'all understand what I'm saying? Y'all feel me where I'm going with this? So a lot of times, man, he cried and held him like he was his family member, though. You understand what I'm saying? And because they got him in two different hues, your mind went to he loved him so much. But when they talk about he raised him and he did certain things, think about what I'm saying. Could Leonardo DiCaprio been his son? And would you have looked at that role differently when he grabbed him, when he got shot and he was crying and holding him, if you knew that Leonardo DiCaprio was his son? Would you look at the whole role differently? Would he be cooning if that's his shit? But because we have been taught a system that black slaves and whites the master, that's a system of degeneracy that has been placed in your mind, brothers and sisters. This is what we're talking about. I can prove it. See, the crazy part about it is this is basic shit. This ain't like I gotta go dig up some extra shit. You know what I'm saying? This is like basic work right here, y'all. and once again, you gotta have your deciphering on, man. You gotta know what's going on right here. These people right here gonna lie all day. If you got a general education, you thinking that what they taught you is preparing you, it's preparing you to be indoctrinated by everything that you're hearing right now. Do you understand? This is what they're doing. So anytime that you see slave, even if they just told you that the motherfucker was the business managers, the bookkeepers, the lawyers, where they go to law school at? What's going on? Remember, Trump people ain't here right now. They're not here. They're writing themselves into history, y'all. Okay? The Europeans fought through us by proxy. They did not come over here. They did not send a whole bunch of armies or armadas of niggas over here, y'all. You understand? They fought through us. And see, this is what we're dealing with, right? A little technical difficulties. Let's get back to this, right? So people of color, word to land ownership, right? And a lot of times we lost our land, y'all. Shout out to Libra. We talked about regulations, taxation, and stuff like that. Damn, man. Hold on a second. Testing. All right. So it's just real crazy, man, that you know what I'm saying. It says that they were the attorneys on the farms of their white relatives, right? So even when we looked at, 12 years a slave, the dude had to act dumb, like he didn't know how to do anything, he didn't know how to count, he didn't know how to read and write. Because remember, once again, why they telling us, oh, it was illegal for us to read and write, they didn't know how to read and write. So I want to see y'all pull up this documentation where you say it's illegal, you know what I'm saying, and punishable by death. See, once again, that's a story, it's a narrative that they push on us for fear, for tactics. You know what I'm saying? Laughing barrels and all this other goofy ass shit. You know what I'm saying? So, but check this out, right? So now they the attorneys and all this other shit for their white relatives and shit, right? But it said many white planters, right? Many white planters, in fact, prefer to hire free blacks as managers, because they would work for a lower salary than whites and were viewed as being more familiar with slave culture. You heard that? So they're telling you all this goofy shit, right? There's no minimum wage, there's no none of that or whatever, right? But they're telling you that the white planters would prefer to hire free blacks managers, right? They so racist, but they want black managers because they can pay them less money. Really? Because they knew that they were more familiar with the slave culture. Really? They were more familiar with this land. They were more familiar with, our ancestors were familiar with science, agriculture, right? You understand what I'm saying? Remember, they didn't bring this shit here. Hard work, building, you know what I'm saying? That's what our ancestors already have. What they're doing, okay? What they're doing, they're flipping it. And they, once again, the hijack right here in the word spell. I'm going to hire you to be my bookkeeper, manage and be my attorney, because I can pay you less than this other nigga. Get out of here, bro. Y'all you believe this? Do you believe that these people, the way these people work right now today, where they will pay more just to keep it in their own shit? Do you believe that they would do that? They will empower you and put you in their shit? That sound dumb as hell. The story, this story right here sound dumb as hell. Yeah, I gotta say it. When I'm reading it out my mouth, I'm like, God damn, this sound dumb. The fact that they say shit like this and we believe it though. See what I'm saying? Oh, they was gonna pay us, they could pay us less? Really? Interesting. Why? Why would you do that? Oh, they wanted us to come build their cities up, build their factories up, right? Because they could pay us less? The fuck they's paid? What they own? It don't make no sense, y'all. Like, we gotta stop letting them tell us these dumbass stories about cussing their ass out. You know what I'm saying? Like you said, man, this shit is crazy. It's really crazy. It said in cases where the employer and the employee were related. Hold on, time the fuck out, right? Listen, you were related to your first boss, your mama, your daddy, right? Grandparents, and people lived in homes and extended generations of families lived in the same land, right? Your boss would be the master of that land, grandfather, who then he would pass it through his whoever. See what I'm saying? Once they created this system, and it went through the woman, because it's always mamas, babies, daddies, maybe, always. Do y'all understand? Even in this male-dominated, them putting this system in or whatever, they still push things through the women because they were using the women to get control of this land. Do you understand? And whenever you get to a people, you don't go to their God. Well, yeah, the woman is our God. Get through their woman. Get their woman to teach them. Get their woman to slow them down. You get her to work against them. Y'all understand? Yeah, man, do y'all understand what's going on? And when we, as men fighting, we go back and we fall, we fell for the system.
That's the bullshit, y'all. You know what I'm saying? What's up, Sean?
Calling you, man.
You understand what I'm saying? That's what we got going on, man. But you know, like I said, I gotta read this shit, y'all, because like I said, this is what's available, and like it's gonna blow your mind. Anyway, people go. All right. Some became okay. Wait. I'm familiar with slave culture. I'm trying to find out why I'm at, y'all. Oh yeah, I got to get to this mixed race. So, in cases where the employer and the employee were related, check this out, right? White fathers often employ their mixed race children, their family members, right? Remember, unpaid laborers will be what would be classified as slave, right? Sharecropper slave, right? So if your grandfather didn't pay you, right? Then you, right? Even if he paid you, would still be considered slave, slave with an F, right? Slave family. Shout out to Empress Hober. Like she pulled my coattail to that. Like when we was like peace family, like nah, family meaning when you look at the etymology of it, it falls right in the line of slave, just like employee, right? So they're playing word games and they're saying, oh, the white master, his mixed children or whatever. Like he employed his mixed children. Really? Really? So what about so no people of color owned any white people, enslaved any white people? Huh? Is this a thing? So see, you see what I'm saying? It only went one way, it never went no other way, right? No black dude had a white woman and his mixed kids, and he employed his mixed kids, right? That never happened. See what I'm saying, y'all? Hold on. Hey, I'm back, y'all. Um, hold on 1 second. I mean, this is getting weird, y'all. But like, I mean, they playing games and they talking about people, owning their family members and stuff like that. I mean, technically, just for tax purposes, it that's what they're claiming the slaves of people family members. People like have large family members and stuff like that, and large extended family members, and everybody is having babies. You know what I'm saying? That's just what it was. So, but everybody would be a family could be on 100 acres. Just a whole ecosystem of one family. One tribe of people. You know what I'm saying? So they're flipping around on us like we all are some slaves. You know what I'm saying? We all slaves, things of that nature. So, you know what I'm saying? So, hold on 1 second. I'm gonna need to get a music break right now. Hold on 1 second, child.
Yeah, I'm back. Yeah, but hold on 1 minute. Yeah. Just want to get this little part right here out, man. It's a part a little further down. It's kind of crazy. It says some of us became craftsmen and artisans or worked as unskilled laborers at jobs that white people did not want to do. Really, others became ministers or in the Catholic areas like Louisiana took religious orders. Free African American women in cities typically found work as domestic servants, washerwomen, and seamstresses. A fortunate few owned boarding houses. The least fortunate worked as prostitutes. Is that right? The conditions in which free people of color lived varied, but were often deplorable, especially in northern cities. Oh, yeah, it's buffering again. I can't see it. It's buffering. It said free people of color occasionally and so it said that they became affluent farmers, business people in their own right, especially in Louisiana. The Navy and merchant marines were other common career paths for free men. Some became craftsmen and artisans. Okay, we already read that part right here. Okay, took religious orders. Talk about the least fortunate, in which these people of color live. Very okay. North of South, free black segregation in public. See, this is what I'm saying, right? Like, at some point, right, it wasn't no segregation because we allowed them to come here. Okay, so if y'all understand what I'm saying? So then once they started coming here and they started fitting for themselves, it would be just like right now if you go into certain immigrant communities and they'll discriminate against you, right? It would be the same thing. It wasn't like that at first because they didn't have the infrastructure and the things to discriminate against us. Y'all understand what I'm saying? So, so this is what we're dealing with. So once again, they write this code, this thing back in history like they was running shit like that. Y'all understand what I'm saying? They wasn't. So this system didn't work. But if I can write it in your brain like it happened back in the day, you will roll with it. You know what I'm saying? And this is what they're doing. So I mean, y'all understand what I'm saying? Like some of the stories and stuff that they telling, it don't make sense. Like, because then they're gonna turn around and like in a minute they're gonna tell us that, you know, we were the first. Remember we talked about the dude, can't think his name right now. That brother that we were talking about earlier, and it was the first elected so-called African American. He was not American, not just African American. You know what I'm saying? So they push this narrative on us, but we still soak the shit up. Like, it's just weird to me, y'all. How we moving? Hold on a second. It's really weird. Peace to the tribe, though, man. Let's see, y'all going strong, man. See, we got some new people up in here. Hope y'all getting something out of this, man. Mama Bear is in the building. OCO, thank you for coming, Mama Bear. House of Nathan. I still messing with my mic. Can I get some ones? Everybody, everything good? Can I get some ones? Can we get some ones? Testing. Mic check, mic check. Testing, mic check, mic check. Let me take it off and put it back on the headphones. Testing. 1 2 1 2. Testing. Can I get some ones? South wind, we got one. Yeah, maybe I'll get something out of this, man. Like I said, it's going down. Okay, let me get back to this article real fast, right? So it's about to get deep, y'all, because like I said, even when they trying to lie and they trying to hide shit, yo, like I said, if you got discernment, man, you can look right through the shit, right? So it said the conditions in which free people of color live. Okay, we already read that part. Say okay. Okay, it says so, and especially in the northern cities where many could only afford lodging in attics and cellars, right? Though free, they still suffered from racial prejudice. As historian Donald Wright has written, quote, simply because many northern whites condemned slavery did not mean that they cared at all for persons of African descent, end quote. Once again, we're not African descent. You understand what I'm saying? So most saw blacks as inferior and as competitors for jobs. Yep. Say that again. Check that out. Most saw blacks as inferior and as competitors for jobs. Right? Now here's my thing. I don't fear a motherfucker that's inferior to me. Right? I ain't worried about him, getting jobs, stuff like that or whatever. So that right there in itself, like the inferior thing is like a Jedi mind trick. Like, you know what I'm saying? That they try to play it, well, they did play it on us, right? You know what I'm saying? Like the weaker vessel is telling the stronger motherfucker that he weaker. You know what I'm saying? And it's what they've done. And we believe it. We inferior, right? Based off of the out of Africa hypotheses and the theory of evolution, right? So this is what we're talking about. So every time that these guys pull up anything that has that narrative in it, you know where they got it from, right? They believe too that we are inferior because they're taking that inferior ass information and then pushing on us. Shit, what it is. In both North and South, free blacks face segregation in public places. So fucking what? Right? Mob violence targeted at black citizens occurred in many northern cities in the early 1800s. It's gonna get interesting, y'all. African American churches in New York and Philadelphia were regularly vandalized, and in Providence in 1824, a white mob tore down every goddamn single building in one of the city's black neighborhoods. I'm gonna say this again. In 1824, a white mob tore down every single building in one of the city's black neighborhood, bro. A riot in Cincinnati in 1829 resulted in more than 1,000 Americans leaving the United States all together and moving to Canada. The dire social and living conditions of black men and women in Northern society, in fact, were used as argument against emancipation by slavery's defenders who sincerely believed that free blacks in the North cities were worse off than slaves on Southern plantation. See how they mind work? That they believe that slaves in the South were better off, right, and better treated than free people of color in northern cities. I think it's I think it's crazy. Hey, keep going. Let's see. Was this a good story? I remember this story. Congo. Can we read this? Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna read this to you. Okay. Okay, it says, ironically, given its later history, there was one place where free. Yeah, I can't look, bro. When I be read because I read this already, right? And I gotta laugh. I gotta laugh, not to cry, because how these people playing us right now, bro. Like, this shit is crazy. Ironically, given its later, like, no, hold on. This is a colonial Louisiana, 1718 to 1803. Now, remember, this is before the Louisiana Purchase. So remember, this is the French dealing with us. It's not, right? This is not so-called America. This is the French dealing with us, okay? So these people, bro, I mean, man, this shit's getting weird, y'all. Okay. So it says, now this is 1718. So once again, they'll be getting the information from, hold on. I mean, you know what I'm saying? So once again, you would have to get the information from the French, who were dealing with the different tribes and different people in this area, right? And so once again, you will get a different story from the French and the Spanish, who were dealing in these different territories with our ancestors. You know what I'm saying? So we have a different story in the South than somebody would have on the East Coast, because we have a different experience. Okay. We didn't encounter certain people until a certain time period or whatever. And some of y'all might have been dealing with, with a certain type of European a little longer than we have, you know what I'm saying? So that's what we're dealing with. One more task. So it says, I mean, this is crazy. It says, ironically, given its later history, there was a place where free people of color enjoyed a relatively. Okay, so I'm going to skip that a little bit. This one right here. And we're going to put the article in the chat room too, man, so y'all can go check this out for yourself, right? This is the part right here, right? It said the first free blacks in Louisiana were probably. You heard that right there? I'm going to read it again. This one is cracked me up right here, right? It said, the first free blacks in Louisiana were probably slaves who escaped and lived with American Indian tribes. Stop right there. Now see how they do? We're probably slaves, right? So that means that they don't know. Same. That's always do that. People of color, you're African descent, you probably was a slave, right? And they say how they say the American Indian part, because they already know that when they say American Indian, even in you Aborigines' minds, you see Tonto. They know this. But during this time period, these people didn't exist like that. The so-called Native American didn't exist. That's created in 1975. So when they're creating these terms, these people knew what they were saying when they said that right there. They understand that, right? But it gets deeper. It gets deeper because they continue to keep pushing the narrative on us, right? And watch, check this out. I can prove it. This is what they're about to do. You know what I'm saying? They just said it right there. Probably with slaves. And then they said they had to live with the American Indians. So like I said, they know that you have a mental picture in your head of what American Indian is. Okay? So they push this narrative on our people. This is what they're doing. Shit crazy. But it's that American Indian tribes though, you know what I'm saying? And see, once again, they're not identifying. But if they just said American Aborigines or indigenous Negroes, right? To put a stamp on specifically who these people are and why it will be able for them to mix with them because they enslaved the indigenous people here. They didn't have to go anywhere, whatever, or they was picking people back and forth from the Caribbean islands to the mainlands and back from the mainlands to the Caribbean islands. That would be your motherfucking slave trade. You understand? Your triangle slave trade. And so this is what we're dealing with. Now, speaking of that, right? You would have dealing with the Spanish, dealing with the French, right? You got the French, you got the Spanish, right? You would have different names, like Juan in Spanish, right? It would translate to English will be John, right? So, right? Juan, Carlos Quintos will be Charles V, right? Carlos, Charles, Juan, John. Y'all see how this works? So a lot of times when they went into these areas, you know what I'm saying, and just start changing the names, you know what I'm saying, of the people, right? Like Juan to John, right? And once you start changing stuff, you can start naming stuff and start categorizing stuff and start doing certain things. So this is what they're doing, right? So when you hear like Congo, for instance, right, you instantaneously in your mind say, oh no, Congo's way over in Africa. Right? In mind, you just be like, oh yeah, Congo, right? Shout out to Lotus. We've already showed y'all that Angola and all this stuff comes from America. Gola, Gula, all this comes from America, right? And we talk about the Portuguese language, right? You know what I'm saying? Obviously, it was just like the Spanish language, like the French language, like the English language that we're speaking right now was developed off the indigenous people's language here, right? So when you're talking about Angola and Congo and these places and these things, these names come from America. These are American things. So you're describing a speaking people when you're talking about Congo, right? So when it says the first free blacks in Louisiana were probably slaves who escaped, right? And it said a court case in 1722, huh? 1722, right? I bet you $1 million they would never produce this court case, never, and they'll never produce this court case in 1722. Okay, they would never produce it. Because then they're gonna have to produce it in the language that it was written in. They're never gonna produce it. They're never gonna give you the real, bro. So this is what we're talking about. So they're talking about a court case in 1722, right? Is the first record of a free man of color, right, in the struggling colony. 2 years later, a free black man filed suit against a white man. That's how they say. The earliest record of marriage between two free people of color dates from 1725. Louis Congo, Louisiana's first executioner, you heard that, was a free black man. Another John Congo is listed in 1726 census as a toll collector and keeper of high road along Bayou St. John, documented that some people of color in colonial Louisiana held professional positions. Okay, So I don't want to go through all that. They're just talking about different positions niggas held. You know what I'm saying? In the early 1700s. Now this is the revolution. This is before the Revolutionary War, y'all. This is before the Louisiana Purchase. Y'all understand what I'm saying? Like, yo, this is crazy because they only try to tell us stuff that happened after Reconstruction. Okay? All right? This happened before the Revolutionary War, right? It's the 1700s, 1722, 1728, 6, right? So we're just talking about, they only tell us about stuff that happened from the British perspective. You know what I'm saying? They don't never tell us that what happened, you know what I'm saying, in these time periods, stuff like that. What was our people doing? Who built the first White House, right? Let alone the second one that got built down, or that burnt down. You understand what I'm saying? Who built the first one? Like, we were the builders. They didn't bring no builders here. They didn't bring nothing here. So this is what we're dealing with, y'all. We're dealing with some bullshit like that, right? So I said 17th century is seated in Spain. Okay, so it just talks about little stuff that's going on. We're already, we served in the militia. Of course, we served in all the militias. We served in the French foreign legions, all this stuff. I mean, like, y'all, why are we having this conversation still when there's so much documented evidence that who built this country, who was here? Like, you know what I'm saying? In every turn, we were here building this country. Okay. So, and you know, and they'll say, well, slaves did this. Well, you know, if the slaves helped build the pyramids, the Great Wall of China, I mean, I need to know. The Eiffel Tower, like, what are we talking about? What are we talking about? Did you pay these people did they go into a contract to build these things? Did you force somebody to build these things? You see what I'm saying? So a lot of times we just say the dumbest shit and it doesn't make any sense. So that's what I'm saying. We just trying to restore the feeling, man. Hey, can you keep going? Keep scrolling. Some very juicy down here. Nice one already. In addition, yeah, just a couple good things right there. So okay, so once again, right? Black and white doesn't have anything to do with skin tone. It's a status. Okay. So once again, you know, when you see numbers and you see certain things or whatever, and they start trying to categorize people, once again, I'm telling you that they have people categorized in America, right here where we at, right, that are darker than me and you, and they're categorized as Caucasian, aka white people. Do y'all understand this? I mean, I hope this is not. Once again, we just showed the old girl's fucking birth certificate. She's Caucasian. She comes from a Caucasian mother. Okay, this is what they're doing. So these terminologies and things like that or whatever are not legal, but they're social, and they're using them, these social racial categories, right? And once we apply ourselves and our understanding to their doctrines, okay, this is what's happening right here. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I mean, this shit crazy, yo. So it just talks about black refugees coming from Haiti. Of course, you already know Thomas Jefferson in 1803 outlawed the importation of Negroes into their territory. Now, keep in mind, it's a plenty of Negroes in Louisiana that wasn't a part of their territory. Yeah, Mississippi, Alabama, stuff like that, right? So that's more what he was talking about, not bringing motherfuckers from Africa, okay? That they okay, like they had territories that was touching their territory. You know what I'm saying? However, some guys did try to bring some people in, they got hung. So there's cases of that or whatever, you know, where people violated this. But so that's 1808. So there was no more importation of niggas into America up until 1808, based off of law. Importation of nobody, not just niggas. Because when you go and you read that law by Thomas Jefferson in 1808, that went to Congress and stuff like that or whatever, right? It doesn't say no black white shit. So once again, y'all, you keep throwing yourself into a loser's position all the time, bro. That's what we talking about. So we talk about Territorial Governor William C.C. Claiborne was pressured not only by President Thomas Jefferson, black man, administration, but also by Louisiana's French-speaking white inhabitants to reduce the number of free men of color. Who served in the militia. Some wanted to see a reduction in the size of free black populations altogether. Of course they did. It's called Eugenic Society. It's called Planned Parenthood, right? In 1806, the territory legislators passed an act never fully enforced, prohibiting free black males from entering Louisiana and ordering those over the age of 15 who had been born elsewhere to leave. Louisiana's native free people of color had been granted U.S. Wait a minute. Yeah, okay. U.S. citizenship in 1803. So it said Louisiana's native free people of color have been granted United States citizenship in 1803. I'm gonna say this again. Louisiana's native free black people of color have been granted United States citizenship in 1803. Because remember, Louisiana wasn't always a part of the United States. Remember? Okay. So they had to give them citizenship. In 1812, 1 year after the failed German Coast Uprising, the largest slave rebellion in the U.S. history, free black men were denied the right to vote. Throughout this period and until the abolition of slavery made their separate legal status obsolete, free persons of color were required to carry passes, observe curfews, and to have their racial status designated in all public records. Now, right there, see, they were making them designate themselves, and they had to accept whatever they classifications that they were forcing them to take. And then with us, we fight over their classifications that they give us. Like, we fight each other. Shit's crazy to me. Shit is bonkers. I just wanted to point that out, y'all. So, slow down a little bit more. Couple more. Antebellum. Let's see. Yeah, let's keep going. Like I said, we're gonna put the link in the chat room, man, to this. Decline of the Civil War. do a little timeline, guys, about the Civil War. Okay, this is what I thought was interesting, right? The Panic of 1837. Hold on. There you go, right there. Uh, Free black operation spring over the next 20 years. Many people, many left to seek a better life. So, and so 7% in 1830. Interesting. Those who remained faced divided loyalties when the Civil War broke out in 1861. In May of that year, about 1,500 free black New Orleans responded to Federal Governor Thomas Overton Moore's call for troops. Now, my only thing is, y'all, why would people who have been marginalized fight for the South? They never taught us this. I'm from the South. They never taught us that we fought for the South. We fought for our land. They never taught us that. They taught us that these people came down there and freed us post-slaves. And we were just so happy. We should be so happy that the North came down and freed us. The great Abraham Lincoln, great emancipator. Come on, y'all. Like, this shit is crazy. It's really crazy. It's really weird, man. It's really weird, really weird. What else we got here, man? Said okay. Said now check this out, right? Now, yeah, we showed the Native Guard before. More calls for troops forming in Louisiana, the first Louisiana Native Guard, right? Although its colonel was white, it was the first military unit in American history to have black officers. In the Cane River region of Northwest Louisiana, 2 free black units were formed, the Augustin Guards and Monette Guards. Both were rejected for service, right? While free people of color volunteered to defend the Confederacy is a matter of debate. Facts. Yeah, I think it should be. I mean, man, they just talk about runaway slaves. They become, shit's crazy, yo. Shit. Yeah, I'm back. Yeah. I don't know what more we can do. Man. Like, what more we can do? Like, what's going on? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just shit is crazy. You know what I'm saying? I mean, yo, bro, shit like crazy. Rio. See, I bet y'all don't even know free people of color even own plantations. You know what I'm saying? Let alone own slaves. And even in that situation, we'll be like, yeah, they was the biggest slave owners, but they had the worst plantations ever. You know what I'm saying? Things just can't get right around this. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. Really crazy, yeah. That's what I'm talking about. I mean, you know, we talk about black planters and you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, everybody was a planter, wasn't they? Wouldn't everybody own land and be planting their own food and stuff like that? Like I'm just saying, bro, like they say the dumbest shit. But once again, the narrative is just how they pushed it, just they whole demo, fam. You know what I'm saying? This is what they got going on. This is what they doing. Shit, we taught them how to plant. I mean, what are y'all talking about? Like, come on, bro. Like, we owned the land up until the 1800s. The Civil War was, and after Reconstruction is when the land started to go in the other direction, y'all. So, like, once again, man, what are we talking about? What are we talking about? See, once again, they push a narrative, and when we just fall for the narrative without any evidence. So, this is what we're talking about. Let's keep going. Um, See, this is what's so crazy right here. Like I said, you know, because they have an agenda and they got something they're trying to do, although most African American planners, right, like their white counterparts. See, once again, once you start creating that, you have you have a black or African American, right? You can create this white person, this thing. You can create that once you create this. What no counterparts. She wasn't here like that to be a counterpart. You see what I'm saying? But once again, they can interject themselves into this conversation during this time period. This is what we got. Y'all, God damn it. It's right here. Like, what? Counterparts were ruined by the Civil War. Other free people of color prospered in the war's wake. Now, when we talk about, I haven't seen Gone with the Wind forever, right? You know what I'm saying? But when we talk about that or whatever, obviously it's a movie, but the movie, like anything else, hides things in the film. So they create the woman of the house, right? The damsel in distress was the pale lady, but the strength, the woman, you know, see what I'm saying? What they did was just separated them. They talk like, oh, her husband went off to the Civil War. You know what I'm saying? But it was the wives of the first Louisiana native the Mississippi, these people were the widows or was left to take care of the land and stuff like that or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And they might not could have held it down as much. Some of them did, and a lot of us still got that land passed down to us right now today, right? But it still went through our great grandmothers, our grandmothers, so on and so forth, right? So we're seeing that through the documentation. We're seeing it. So this is what we got going on, y'all. You know what I'm saying? Let me see. Let's talk about right here. So, like I said, we know that they got definitely their agenda going on just by when you see African American in the title, you know, or in anywhere, you know what I'm saying? So that's what's happening. So other free people of color, they emerged as the leaders of Louisiana's black population, right? During Reconstruction, many were elected to the state's legislature, and for right. See, this is what I'm saying right here. Like during this time period right here, this is what we should have turned up. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? During Reconstruction time period, right? But we didn't. But they got elected to the state legislature, and for a short time, right? PBS, Pinchback, the son of a white Georgian planter and his slave, served as a Louisiana governor. He was later elected to Congress. Now, hold on. So, the first population done. Many were elected to the state legislature and for a short time. Yes, black. Okay, I see what they're saying. I mean, see, once again, you know, it's important for them to push the white thing. See what I'm saying? Like the white Georgian planter. Why not just say the German? Like if he's German, don't give me a classification, right? You know what I'm saying? If you're trying to make a distinction between these people or whatever, then let's start making it a little bit more clear of who these people are. You know what I'm saying? So that would be my thing. I think that would make shit a little bit better as opposed to wait. So just saying. Real shit. Later elected, okay. Let's check this out right here. The New Orleans Tribune was a French English newspaper. Hold on. Now, did y'all hear what they just said? The New Orleans Tribune was French English newspaper published in 1864 to 1870. Now, keep in mind, they were still speaking French in 1870 in America. Because remember, they just created English. 1829. So by 1864, it's still, you know, still kind of new. Everybody don't know how to read. Okay. So the first black daily newspaper in the United States, right? This is the first black daily newspaper in the United States. It was French and English newspaper published in 1864 through 1867. Was the first black, right? First black daily newspaper in the United States. It came to serve as the voice of the Creole of color, a term adopted after the Civil War and still used today to designate people descended from people of color. Now, like I don't understand that don't make sense. That they just people of descendant of people of people of color. Like that don't make sense. Like I don't know. Like that just sounds crazy to me. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, I digress. I mean, it says a term adopted after the Civil War and still used today to designate people descended from free people of color. I think that's crazy to me. Pinchbacks, Louisianan, right, in its various forms, enjoyed a longer run from 1870 to 1882 and was identified with English speaking blacks. Hear that? Such ethnicity based distinctions lessen somewhat in the face of Jim Crow laws of the late 19th century. As a result of these discriminatory regulations, black political influence waned. But even then, the descendants of free people of color who could still remember the so-called golden age of the early 19th century, right, continue to challenge racial prejudices and segregation laws. The most famous case was that of Homer Plessy. I know y'all heard of Homer Plessy, who attempted to ride a New Orleans streetcar for whites only. Now, here's my thing. Once again, if we could go back in time, we can go back in the capsule, right? And we know what we know now, right? And we can go back in the history, whatever. And and they got all white, say for instance, right? Or things that's for their people. Well, first off, I feel like it should have never have happened in the first place. Like, y'all understand what I'm saying? Like, those type of behaviors you should have left that. Matter of fact, y'all should go back to where you came from. Y'all understand what I'm saying? You should go do that there. But because when you come here, you're fighting for our resources. So of course you don't want us around. Of course you don't want us taking your women, right? Of course you don't want us dominating in your leagues, dominating everything. You know what I'm saying? So of course you don't want that. So that's what we're dealing with, man. Like, we're dealing with some bullshit, y'all. So the committee that's which was made up primarily of French-speaking free people of color. Now remember, people have loyalties or whatever, right? So you had, just based off of the language, people would have a certain loyalty to, let's just say, the French. If you spoke Spanish, you would have loyalties to the Spanish because now you're speaking their language, right? Because you've got their mentality. You're speaking their language. But then when they gave you their religion on top of their language, you was hook, line, and sinker. You're an automatic pilot. This is what's happening. That shit crazy. Okay. Well, this one of it backfired. Okay, hold on. It says that French-speaking free people of color, right, organized a legal suit over the incident that came to be known as the landmark case Plessy versus Ferguson, right? The efforts ultimately backfired. However, when the U.S. Supreme Court upheld the constitutionality of the separate but equal doctrine, a view. Hold on. Okay. All right. So, all right. Sorry about that, y'all. Tech difficulties. So, Plessy versus Ferguson. Let me see. It says, we talk about the U.S. Supreme Court upheld the constitutionality of the separate but equal doctrine. It would adhere to until 1954, y'all. Okay, Creoles of color continue to cooperate with other African Americans to fight injustice and also persuade progressive whites to support black institutions. Universities and the Flint Goodrich Hospital and Nursing School. In the 20th century, attorney A.P. Turrell filed the suit that led to the end of school segregation in New Orleans, right? See, when we talk about that, man, like I said, man, I feel like some of the things, desegregation was one of the worst things that happened to us, you know what I'm saying? And definitely allowing these people to educate our children is just, I don't even know what's worse. The spiritual side of it, allowing them to control that, or allowing them to to foster, conduct, just manipulate, control our minds. It's just bonkers to me. Like, you see what I'm saying? So yeah, we gotta talk about this, man. We can't allow this to continue to go on, man. So I'm trying to see. I think this is about it for this right here. I know we wanted to go real quick and look at the city. Let's scroll up a little bit more. I'm trying to see something if we didn't miss something. It's a lot more, man. Yeah, I think. Yeah, man. Shit, yeah. Stephen Red Clay's in the building. What's up, brother? How you doing? It's clear there's no reparation for foreigners. Yeah, it's definitely bad. Hey, we got Miss Gretchen Helmers in the building. Peace, Gretchen. Where you been? Shout out to everybody, man, that came through, man. We definitely appreciate y'all. MBK up in here? Let me put the link in the chat room again, y'all. Just in case somebody want to come in and have a conversation about this. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Peace of paradise to all American Aborigines, man. We definitely appreciate y'all tuned in today, man. Y'all got something out of this. Yeah, I think we pretty much finished with this. We can go back to the list and go to that joint in Indiana. Um, it's pretty interesting. So what we have here, right? So this is called Beach Settlement, right? Beach Settlement is a rural settlement in Ripley Township, Rush County, Indiana. Its early settlers were free people of color. Most of them migrated from eastern North Carolina and Virginia, and a small number of free blacks who came to the area with Quakers, right? Beach was one of Indiana's early black rural settlements and also one of its largest. The rural neighborhood received its name because of a large stand of beech trees in its vicinity. By conditions including rising costs of farming, the settlement's population began to decline after 1870. Fewer than 6 of the beach families remained by 1920. As with most of Indiana's black rural settlements, beach settlement no longer exists. Few major points of interest remain, however. The community's most pleasant beach church serves as the site for annual reunions of its friends and the descendants of former residents. Mhm. Okay. Yeah. Because of a large stand of beech, okay, that's what it said, in the vicinity, including rise of cost of farming. The all right. Settlement no longer exists. Few less funds. Uh, okay, so people go there for annual reunions and stuff like that. The church out there. Um, I lived in Indiana, man. I definitely never knew about beach settlement because once again, these are things that and this is 1835, but these are things that they try to sweep under the rug. I do know throughout Indiana, I have seen basically those cities that I was telling y'all about earlier, or remnants of things, pharmacies. This is a black doctor, what I'm saying? They had shops over here, stuff like that. And now it's nothing, right? So once we allow these people to come in and control the narrative, right? Like they shut down a lot of news, bought them and shut down a lot of newspapers because they want to be able to control the narrative, control the output of information. It's very important who's controlling the information, right? And majority of the time, people that are controlling the information are controlling the finances. Okay, this is what it is. Okay. It says Ripley's Township reached nearly 400 people. The majority of settlements, early pioneers whose main occupation was farming, were free people of color who had arrived by 1835 from eastern North Carolina and Virginia. Some of them initially settled in Ohio before continuing west to purchase the expensive government land in Rush County, Indiana. A small number of free blacks in the South had come with Quaker families from the Old South, right? By 1850, Ripley's Township black population had declined to 349 persons. In subsequent decades, the trend continued, especially after 1870, when only 260 African Americans remained. Okay, so they said by 1830, 14 black families, 91 individuals living in Ripley Township. By the mid 1830s, most of the township's early black population of nearly 400 people had already arrived. What? Okay. So I guess they said by the 1830s, most of their population was there. 400 people already had arrived. Okay. So it said by, what they say right there? By that's 1830. Okay, that makes sense. Many members of the beach community were connected through kinship and friendship ties to families in North Carolina and Virginia. So it's going back to what I'm saying, like you can have a whole goddamn town and everybody be kin to each other. You know what I'm saying? Think about your family. I'm from the South. And our mama and daddy both got 9 brothers and sisters who had children. You know what I'm saying? They got children, have children, right? And so you can just imagine just in your own family, if you had the land and the ecosystem to right? Because you're growing your food. We had our own chickens, pigs, whatever, right? And it's just within your own families, extended families, that's a whole ecosystem of a fucking city. So that's what we're talking about when we're talking about building for the future, right? We have to start in our own goddamn families. We have to be able to create our own ecosystems. See, the problems that we're facing, we know the solutions to them, but we refuse to take the steps that it takes to do it. Yeah, this is what we talk about. You know what I'm saying? We refuse to take those steps. You know what I'm saying? And we know our responsibility and our duties not only to our ancestors, right, to all the shit they went through, right, for us to be settling, to be docile, right, you know what I'm saying, in this time period, it puts our future generations in jeopardy. I'm gonna say this again. By us sitting on our fucking hands and just talking, right, and not acting and not building, it's putting our future generations in jeopardy. This is what it is, y'all. So it says among the earliest families to arrive what became Beach Settlement were the Roberts, Jeffries, Watkins, and Winslow families. Several members of the Roberts family migrated west at different times from the 1820s into the 1840s. Now, y'all know what's going on at these time periods? And they talking about these different families is migrating and going to different places across the country, y'all. I mean, y'all know what's going on in 1840? Dang. But those who came in the mid 1820s were part of the Great Migration from North Carolina to Virginia and Maryland, right? Elijah Roberts migrated from Northampton County, North Carolina, right, to Western Ohio in 1825. By 1830, he and some of his relatives, including brother Anthony, James D., and John Sr., were living in Ripley Township, Indiana, where they had purchased government land and formed Beach Settlement. Willis Roberts, see, now it's interesting too that they say they purchased this land from the government. Who gave it to the government to sell? But I'm just interested to see the bill of sales for this when we're talking about, and because one, if we can get to why the land is not still in certain people's hands and certain, you know what I'm saying, or yeah, then we can understand, how we got to this position. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, this is just crazy, y'all. It's really crazy to me. Okay, let me see. It says, Beach. Willis Roberts, who was also among the community's early settlers, purchased 160 acres in 1830. About 6 months later, his cousin, Anthony Roberts, Elijah's brother, claimed 80 acres, right? Let's talk about different families, y'all. All right. They said by the end of 1833, 18 blacks had purchased, check this out, 1,563 acres in the area that became known as Beach Settlement. Quaker settlers who arrived earlier had already acquired most of the desirable land, so that the later arrivals purchased less desirable property on poorly drained soil. Although it was still fertile, the final purchase of expensive government lands in the vicinity of Beach Settlement occurred in 1833 and 1834. In 1835, Elijah Roberts, Willis Roberts, Hansel Roberts, and Micah Walden journeyed with other beachmen about 40 miles northwest of Hamilton County, Indiana, in search of new lands. Elijah and Hansel Roberts and Makaja Walden made an initial purchase of 400 acres of land in Hamilton County's Jackson Township. They were among the founders of what became known as Roberts Settlement. Within a year, the men's families had moved to New Hamilton County settlement to join them. Okay, farming communities. All right, I'm cool with this. Yeah, but here's the thing, though, right? What's blowing my mind, right, is that these people are doing this during so-called slave times. They're buying 400 acres here, 160 acres here. You know what I'm saying? What's going on? Right? You know what I'm saying? Is it free and clear land? Do they still have to pay taxes to the government? If you don't pay taxes, do they come take your land? It's just so many things, so many questions I have, right? But anyway, yeah, hold on, let's see. We got King back in the building.
Hola.
Hola, what's happening? How you feeling?
I was just listening to what you were saying. You asked like who did they purchase it from? Have you ever heard of that guy on YouTube named Harvey Dent?
Like
Huh?
like the dude,
Yeah,
like the Batman, like
yeah,
Two-Face, Harvey Dent. Yeah,
yeah. You ever heard of
yeah,
him? All right,
yes.
he's been doing some like last year. He was doing some like surveying, I guess is what you would call it. And what he noticed, I don't know if it's California or Florida, because for some reason that shit is one to me. But what he noticed was there were things there that predated when they say they built the city. Not just that, that they had used a lot of straw men that so-called owned the property to then sell it off to other people. Because one of those places was underwater, some type of swampland or something like that. So a lot of the people who, believe they are the powers that be were using straw men. They wasn't using real people. They were creating fictitious people and then using that fictitious person to then sell off the property to other people.
I mean, they had the trick. There was a lot of trickology going on, a lot of trickery going on for sure. But for them to use the straw man though is definitely interesting because they're
Yeah, they
controlling
used
everything through the straw man. I think that's very, very interesting.
he really like he really went digging for like information. He went to the records. He actually showed, the records that he went to and he saw. He did basically everything videotaping himself. And he couldn't find, he found pictures of other people that were named on, the paperwork or whatever, but he could not find the key player. No, like date of birth, date of death, none of that. He really couldn't find the person. So that's how he figured that it was a straw man. Because the land wasn't supposed to be habitable or some shit like that. You weren't supposed to be able to live on it. And like they do everything else, they found a way to build on it. Where did you go?
No, I'm right here. Yeah, it's just definitely interesting, man. You know what I'm saying? When we going through this, it's just you start digging deep. Not only just the archaeology stuff, but stuff like from the 1700s, right? You know what I'm saying? There's this. You hearing? Did you hear the part where
You go and edit out.
white planners had basically hired black lawyers and stuff because they were cheaper labor? Like, yeah, come on, bro. Like, stop
Not just they were cheaper labor,
It was also easier to manipulate because people believe all skin folk is kinfolk.
Oh shit, that's how they hired. That's how they got us. Hiring us for cheap labor and shit. Mexicans and shit at Home Depot. I feel like that's at Home Depot. Mexicans and shit. That motherfuckers ain't cheap labor no more.
Nothing. It'll
But
be the most
people,
expensive way to do business. You know what I'm saying? Let me own your
Not
ass.
every regular Joe had. You
Yeah,
know what I mean?
can't
I
do
guess
that.
it's like owning a horse. The same amount it would cost to feed a horse, the same amount to feed a person, I would think.
no,
Not
actually,
everybody
it's
has
cheaper
More.
to
horses,
feed a
but
person.
most of the people
It says
can.
cheaper to feed a person.
It's
Yeah,
cheaper
I'm
to feed
sure.
a person
Probably is cheaper to feed a person.
I'm sure. Shit.
because you could feed a person ramen every day. You laughing, but tell me I'm lying.
That's about right. Said ramen every day.
Yeah,
Niggas be making slams every day.
Right, then you
We got
buying
a
it in bulk,
soups.
you buying it at wholesale, you buying it in bulk.
Nigga,
Fuck it.
yep.
horse about to eat some oats. Really kick
It's
right.
like 10 cents a daggone pack or some shit like that.
Yeah, man. Well, look, man. Open up the panel, man. Y'all can come on, man. We're gonna shut this thing down. We've been going what 5 hours? What's this? Oh yeah, 5.5 hours. Sheesh. You know, y'all wanna come on and talk about this thing, man. Well, definitely, it's definitely a lot going on right there.
Yeah,
Talk
it's a
about
whole lot of
so-called
distractions
black
going on.
cities,
So-called
so-called black cities in America pre-Civil War.
who? New York. The reason why New York is supposed to be called New York is because before they rebuilt on it, it was called Old York.
Old York.
Yeah. It. What is that damn movie name with Nicolas Cage when he went looking for the treasures in America?
National Treasure. It's a pretty dope movie.
Okay.
1 and 2,
Wall
yeah,
Street
National Treasure 1 and 2.
and whatever. There's really at one point in time supposed to have been a pyramid of some sort there.
Oh, of course, yeah, pyramids all over America, Chicago, New York, of
They
course,
still have
Wisconsin.
them. They
They
still have
flooded,
some.
yeah, they tore them down, the flooded places, did all type of shit. Of course, yeah, absolutely.
Mhm. Trying to wipe out history. But no matter what you try to wipe out, we are history. No matter, all we needed was one to survive, to start all over again. Our DNA is supposed to be potent to the point where it's 100 generations away, and they still gonna be native. My mother said it's like a drop in the ocean, and it still wouldn't dilute it.
Saying it's like a drop in the ocean. What now?
A drop of blood in the ocean, and it still wouldn't dilute it.
Right, right,
That's how potent it's supposed to be.
right. Well, shit, yeah. We're gonna get up out of here. Definitely been fun. Um, so yeah, it was a real debate though. That was pull. They pull up when they was close. Oh, okay.
Oh, that was entertaining when Homeboy brought out old documents.
Who? Oh boy.
Yeah,
Earlier.
that was entertaining. You like I already bodied you on this information.
I did. I don't even know why. Like they should get some new information or something. Come with something else. I wouldn't keep coming with the same information, especially if it didn't work the first time, man. That's kind of crazy.
For some reason, I call them robots. They don't have no pure thought. And what I mean by that, it's like a script they rehearsed, and no matter how many times you debunk it,
They don't know how to change their narrative, so they keep going with the same thing. They can't adapt. I also call them copies. It's lucrative to say you from Africa. You can make money off of that shit. You make a whole lot of money. I actually know men who say they don't pay attention to none of that tribal stuff that they just trying to stay alive. But you having kids. But you go ahead and enjoy your night. I'm about to go to sleep. As always, it's a pleasure. Don't take a week to come back on. You hear me, sir?
Yeah, I heard you. Definitely, I had to get back into the thing. Absolutely, definitely heard you, sis. She going, yeah. I'm out, y'all. Yeah, we definitely gonna take a week to come back, man. We'll be back. Definitely appreciate everybody, man, coming through. Peace and love, big ooga ooga to the tribe. We out of here.